Hello everybody, welcome back. So we got a few people coming in, looks like. I haven't got everything set up. I do have a few things to talk about, a little bit of news. Nothing huge, but I think I might have talked about some of it already, so I apologize if that's the case. I'm not going to be going into any YouTube issues or anything like that. But I did have some 539 Productions updates, so I will get those out of the way. Of course, as maybe some of you already had noticed, the new episode didn't come out. It is coming out tomorrow, so there's not actually there wasn't supposed to be a delay, but just a mistake, and so it'll come out tomorrow. I still have a little bit of work that I didn't realize I needed to do on the thumbnail, so it ended up messing things up a little bit. So anyway, that'll be out tomorrow afternoon, probably, something like that. Hey there, Linda. Welcome, Barb. Doing all right. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, decided to do a little bit of a weekend hangout for a little bit here anyway. I don't know how the stream's gonna go, but I figured we'd talk about a few subjects anyway. And if, again, there was a new episode out on 539 a few days ago, so if anybody has any questions on the recent episode, and like I said, a new one will be out tomorrow, and then we'll have another one out on Tuesday. That one I'm working on editing right now, so and that will be another interesting cemetery episode that I had actually mentioned the place in the recent episode, and I had talked about a few photos that I had seen that turned out to be the wrong location. It's somewhat marked correctly. It's just the places on the map are kind of screwed up. It's like somebody saw one little graveyard and then assumed it was the other one down the road, and so the star is, or the marker on the map is like somewhere not really right in the middle. It's actually closer to the wrong one instead of the right one. So it's unfortunate, but yeah. But anyway, figured it out, and we're gonna have that episode coming out, and have found some interesting things there. We had been to that one before. I believe the one that we were at last time I hadn't been to. And so, my camera's kind of messed up a little bit. I'll fix that in a little bit. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna be doing a return and kind of diving into another little mystery that I might need some of your help with, and potentially getting access in the future, not in this episode, but in the future, to a really cool old mausoleum that unfortunately got boarded up. So I don't know how they open it, but now they say you can call and get an appointment and actually get inside and view it. But the front door is literally boarded shut. So, but the sign is on the boarded up door. So apparently they still have some way in, of which I'm not entirely sure how that is, unless they're just literally unboarding it every single time, but who knows. Hey there, Shauna. Welcome, Roy. Good to have you all tonight. So yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out. Remember to give it a big old thumbs up if you're liking the live streams. It seems to help out a little bit anyway. I don't know how much it does anymore, but it seems to help out a little bit. So hey there, Crystal. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, brand new episode tomorrow. Finally here. Yeah, I'm glad you're able to join us. Yeah, no, sometimes the notifications don't get out right away, or at all, so it's hard to tell, especially when I do the late night streams. So I can understand. I have a strange schedule too, so I understand if some people aren't able to tune in just because I'm always the late night guy. But yeah, appreciate you all coming and hanging out tonight. I did try to do at least a weekend stream. I was saying I was going to stream yesterday, but I decided to push that off one more day too and do it on Saturday night and Sunday morning instead. Kind of felt like it might be a little bit easier for everybody. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love coming on here and hanging out and talking about 539 plans and travel plans and all kinds of stuff, and occasionally doing the travel streams. I was hoping to do a travel stream. It didn't work out. I ended up spending, obviously, as I always do, a little bit too much time editing, and then we had some rough weather once again, so my plan to go out and film a few locations was somewhat hampered because some of the locations I wanted to film weren't really mud friendly. So when I go out and do some of these little country graveyards, it's like it kind of puts you at risk of like damaging the property, and so I don't necessarily have the desire to go out to some of those locations. But if it's something like back in the woods or hiking or something like that, I usually don't mind. Sometimes I'll strap on the old GoPro, which I need to upgrade because a lot of the newer models actually have good stabilization, and my model was like right before stabilization, and so it tends to be somewhat shaky footage, and that's not always nice. Nebraska or Oklahoma soon? Possibly. I am planning to head out west once I get my second shot here. Not probably right away. I have another trip in mind. Like I said, I'm going to be doing, I guess probably wouldn't have seen the other one, but I'm going to be doing a loop around Lake Michigan probably first, and then at some point this year I'll be heading out west again, and I usually last time I passed through Nebraska, I spent several nights in Nebraska. One on the way there, and then was it 2 or 3 on the way back because of the snowstorm. The snowstorm in Wyoming and Nebraska cracked my battery, and so I had to make a few unplanned for stops. Oh, hold on just a moment. Okay, I think we're good. My computer had a freak out for just a moment. I don't know why. Something with my... Okay, this is weird. Yeah, it's using up a lot of my CPU for some reason. And it's messing up my video, so I apologize. I don't know why. This is the same settings we use every single time. And it says encoding overload. Okay. This could be a slight problem. Alright, hold on just a moment. I think I might have found the issue. Photoshop was running in the background, which is weird because this program must not be multi-thread and multi-core friendly, because it says it's using up like 70% of my processor, but it's totally not. It's using up 70% of one core and nothing else. So I'm a little bit disappointed. Okay, let's just see if that works. Hold on, I'm going to send it to the break screen for a second. I don't think this is working. Okay, I think I might have finally fixed it. Okay. I'm going to have to leave it up to you. On my end, the video is really delayed right now. Let me see. Hold on just a second. Okay. No, I'm still getting a huge delay. Alright, let me see here. I'm gonna have... if somebody can, let me know if my voice and video are off right now. Because I can't tell. I'm trying to go to my channel right now. And magically my audio will not play. Okay, good, because for some reason my... There we go. My own audio won't play for me. I don't know why. I have both computers' audio piped. Oh, I can kind of see that it's working now. Yeah, I don't know why it had turned off my... I'm sure this is only going to mean something for tech people, but it turned off my hardware acceleration, which makes it way harder on the system. And as soon as I turned on the hardware acceleration, it's perfect. So I don't know what happened. That's kind of weird. I think it recently updated, and in the update was just turned off by default. So that's kind of weird. Cool. It looks like we've finally solved it. I think it was on my end. Was definitely my end. It was my software that was. And for whatever reason, OBS being apparently not a multi-threaded program. Yeah, it's crazy. It shows up that it's taking like 40% of the processor, but if I open up my activity monitor, it's like only on one core, so you can tell it's not actually using barely any of the system resources. But for whatever reason, because of the way it works, it still gets screwed up when another program's like running. So, I don't know. A little bit disappointed in that, but I guess I could invest in some more professional software if I'm really, really in dire need. But at the moment, I think this will work. All right. What were we talking about? Excuse me. Anyway, so yeah, welcome to the stream once again. Welcome back. Sorry about the issues. Again, if you're enjoying yourself, you're enjoying the streams in general, don't forget to give them a thumbs up. And yeah. Oh, very cool. I think I was just reading a news article about Fayetteville earlier. I can't remember what it was about though. It was something, I swear, tattoo related. Maybe it was a famous tattoo artist, maybe? Was there like a TikTok tattoo artist that recently got famous or something there? 75-inch television. Wow. That's awesome. Maybe a little scary too. My head on a 75-inch television might offer a little bit too much detail. But that's really cool. I've never actually seen one of my streams on I should actually try and look it up sometime on my TV. I don't have quite a 75-inch, but it would be interesting to see how it looks. I would like to start streaming a little bit higher quality. I don't know what quality this is maxed out on. The camera's capable of 4K, and I should be streaming. Oh, but I think I have my resolution set to 1080p in OBS though, so it's probably only 1080p. Hey there, Colleen. Welcome. Good to see you here tonight. So yeah, I don't know if I showed. I didn't end up getting a new plant. I got a Tradescantia. Tradescantia burgundy. It's pretty cool. Grows similar to a philodendron. A little bit different, but it's right over here. I've been going for the red plants recently. I need to probably repot this one. I don't actually know. It might be okay. But yeah, I'm not going to hang it, so I need to get it out of the... I need to get the hanger off here. And I'd like to put it in something a little bit more decorative. But it's pretty cool. I've been going for the red stuff. I got another one over here that I was talking about earlier. A ficus. Which the ficus come in all kinds of different colors, but a lot of them are green and different varieties of that. And I found a really cool red one. It's kind of like a greenish red on almost dark and close to a black. I'm pretty sure I already showed this. And I'm pretty sure it needs watered. But it's kind of like a real dark greenish on top, and then like a burgundy, well, I'm not pointing it the right direction, obviously, but you can kind of see in the bottom. It's like a real burgundy. But it's kind of got a slight burgundy hue on the top, but it's got a little bit of green in there too. So I thought it was kind of cool. And weirdly, it was like a $20 plant, and they had it marked down on clearance for $7. For some reason, it was in perfect health. Some of the other ones were starting to look bad, but it's like they just wanted to get rid of them all, so they just threw all of them on the shelf and slapped clearance on all of them. So I literally got clearance price for like a really healthy plant. And usually I try to like save some that aren't healthy, but like the unhealthy ones were looking almost beyond saving. Hey there, Exploring Israel. Good morning to you. Thank you. Thank you, Barb. I appreciate that. Yeah, I need to get some color here pretty soon. The last time I had the blue black, and I got a different brand, and it was from Korea, and it did not work very well on my hair. Now, I don't know the reasons. It seemed to have gotten amazingly high reviews. It might just not be designed for my hairstyle. So I think, or not hairstyle, hair type, I guess. So I think that's the really real problem. So, so yeah, I'm going to try something a little bit different this time, or probably actually go back to what I originally work with. So, yeah. I find that a lot of the cheap name brand stuff works really well, especially with like the blue black. A lot of the stuff that kind of claims that it's gonna give it that midnight blue, and they're like some of these I wouldn't call them off brands, but like the more brightly colored brands, kind of specifically made for that type. I find that they don't last as long, and there's a few mainstream brands that offer. It's not quite blue black, but it is like a midnight blue, so it achieves that color, that unnatural looking color, without the quick loss, I guess, because a lot of the brands that you find like at the little mall, like clothing stores and all that, are going to be like brands that are probably going to fade in a couple weeks, and usually I get a couple months out of the brands I use. Thank you, Colleen. Go pink. I've never tried that. I would like to sometime. I don't know what I'm going to do this time, honestly. I might go back to blue. I think, hold on, I got to adjust my settings here. I think if I turn that down, and then, hold on. No, that's not working. It seemed like it was getting a little bit blown out. Okay. Oh, hold on. I'm going to mute this just for a second. Okay. That's a little bit better. I need to eventually invest in a little bit better of a mic stand. There's one that actually sits down on the table. It has like a little roller, and it's coming up from underneath, so it doesn't quite block the photo or the frame as much. Not that I really mind. I kind of like the aesthetic appeal of it, kind of like the radio-like appeal. I like that, so I don't mind it a whole lot, but I think this one is just a little bit too finicky. Excuse me. Yeah, I really like blue too. That's one of my favorites. I either like the blue black, the man, yeah, but the blues are my tops. the darker blues I think look a little bit better sometimes. Although I do like the really bright blues from time to time, and then of course every once in a while doing the reds, and I think that's fun as well. But I think probably the dark blues are probably my favorites. So, but I'm always up for trying new stuff, so I'll probably eventually go with some pinks and greens and maybe a few multicolors here in the future. But I don't know. As far as this time, I might, just because it faded so quickly last time and that was what I wanted, was to go blue black. I might do that again or do like the midnight blue, because I wasn't really. Thank you for the suggestion. No, the bad thing is, no one's going to understand why I'm saying this. The bad thing is I actually do. I can do that all, and then, yeah. I just didn't mute it that time. But yeah. I'm showing off my Stream Deck that I don't use enough to mute whenever I cough or clear my throat. But yeah, I can do fun stuff. Not like that. That's kind of annoying. I don't know if I like the blue. It was supposed to look a lot cooler. But I do like the transition, though. The transition, I find, is my most favorite part of that. I forget what the name of it is, but it's not a direct dissolve. Anyway. Mr. Jimmy Tango. Wow, I forgot about that name altogether. See? There we go. Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's from time to time, the buffering thing can be on either end, though. Sometimes the streams just buffer. Sometimes it can be a YouTube thing, or it could be a local internet thing, or it could be a me thing. So, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I should have. I thought of it a few months ago for some odd reason. And I think it was because I was watching Star Trek, and I thought of the game. Hold on, I gotta fix this frame. That's a little bit better. Oh, I forgot to turn my lamp down. That is like blazing over there. I didn't realize it was all the way up. Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate it. Do I use a special type of shampoo so my color doesn't fade? No. The trick is don't wash your hair until you feel like you're gross. And that's really it. Honestly, they train you probably to wash your hair too much, because washing your hair too much is probably extremely bad for your hair. Most people probably wash their hair too much. Not saying that you do. I'm just saying in general. So, yeah, that's the trick I learned. And now my color lasts for like 2 to 3 months, and my hair is much healthier and not as dry. So that's the trick for me. I mean, you want to still be cleanly, obviously. Purple's fun. I think I've done purple once. It was years and years ago. But it's been a long, long time. It's usually, well, I guess, yeah, throughout the years, it's usually just been black. Blue-black. No problem, Barb. I appreciate the question. That's a good question. Yeah, it's something that probably people don't get into too much, unless you go in and get it like professionally done, which it's something that I've never done. I wouldn't mind doing it because, especially if I get the brighter colors, I'm really, what conclusion I've come to is that when it comes to bleach, you should probably have a professional do it because you're probably just going to screw it up. Like, talking from my own experience, like I'm not good at it and I don't like to mess with it. And so every once in a while I'll get brave and do it. But, yeah, I mean, it turns out okay because a lot of times I'm going to dye it some bright color anyway. And if it turns out a few shades, yellower and you really can't notice because it's bright blue, then that's fine. But I know that it would probably look 10 times better and I could do all kinds of different crazy colors and really have fun with it if I just spent the money to do it. But I probably will now, I mean, I guess at some point this month I'll be excited to do just about anything. So maybe we'll add that in there to the mix. The new tattoo, redoing the nose piercing, and then going in and getting a professional hair dye, hair color. Which is weird because that's another weird thing. People used all the hairstylists that I used to know used to like really get on me for saying hair dye, and always you say it's hair color, not hair dye. You dye clothes and you color hair. And then now every time I hear a hairstylist talking like on YouTube that's like a professional, and like some of these people are like amazing, and they always say dye, and so I don't know what people were getting on me about, but it is what it is. Who knows? All right. What else did I have here? All right, well, see, that's another thing I should mute for, is moving the mic around. So yeah, the travel should be starting here in the next few weeks. The new tattoo, I'm not really sure what the tattoo is going to be, to be honest. I have a few tattoos in mind. I'm not sure which one I'm going to start with. One of them is going to be expensive and is my partial cover-up on my left arm of my tribal that I kind of want to get rid of. Hey there, Alberta. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. And then I'm going to be hopefully adding to the hand tattoos some shading, more stars, some other, I don't know why I gave the jazz hands there, but apparently that came out. So yeah, a few more stars on the right hand, a little bit of shading, hopefully underneath the letters and the other star. I'm hoping to kind of make it a piece instead of just individual little tattoos. That's my goal. And then I'm going to make a partial sleeve with the tribal and cover it up. And I was like, wow, I cannot point that at the camera. There we go. I need to look at the camera and not at the screen. So I'm going to take the tribal, which is oddly in the shape of a octopus head. I'm going to and I'm gonna do a kind of badass black and white, sort of almost look like a pencil drawing of a old, not an octopus, but the like the what word am I going for? But the old krakens, um, out of folklore. There we go. I couldn't think of it. So yeah, we're gonna do a kraken tattoo. Just something I've kind of always liked in artwork, and then something cool to cover up that's something not so cool. So, hey there, Beaker. Welcome. Well, it's good to have you here. I'm glad that the notifications went out at all. Apparently, they didn't go at all last week. I noticed that it crashed the stream for some odd reason. Like, no one watched it afterwards, and it didn't notify almost anybody during. It was really weird. So YouTube must have been having some. I guess that wasn't last week. That was 3 days ago. But YouTube must be having some issues in the background in the last few days. Not that they're not normally, but they must have been having a few more. What's been the furthest you've gone in the United States? Probably in 2018 was a big road trip. That was about 5,000 miles round trip. Took the better part of a month and went to California and then to Nevada and then to Idaho and traveled through a bunch of different states. Like I was saying earlier, Wyoming and Nebraska, and got caught in a snowstorm in Wyoming and Nebraska, and my car died. Well, my car didn't die. My battery died. Actually, my battery cracked because it got like super cold, like super quick, because I was coming out of Nevada, and then so I was in like 80-degree weather, and then all of a sudden I hit a snowstorm and the temperature drops, and then I go way up in the mountains, and so when it goes from like 80 degrees to like 20 degrees over the process of your trip, apparently your battery is not a fan, and so yeah. I ended up making it to the hotel like the first night, and then I got jumped in the morning, and then made it to another hotel, and then my battery was dead again in the morning, and I had to walk all the way to Walmart, and then walk back with like I don't know how heavy batteries are, but it was pretty bad. So it was not fun. But thankfully I got a hotel like less than a mile away from a Walmart, so it wasn't that bad of a walk. So it was pretty minimum damage once I got back, but I ended up getting back about 3 to 4 days late. All because of that. And the snowstorm, because they closed the entire highway. They literally evacuated the highway. Like on parts of I-80, there's gates. I don't know who all's been on out west on I-80. I know some of you aren't even from the U.S., so that probably doesn't mean anything. But the highways on parts of it, the interstate highways, the massive, these 8-lane highways have gates, and if the snow gets too bad, they will shut the gates and kick you off the highway, and that's exactly what happened. They shut the highway down. They're just like, too bad, get off. And so I had to find a room at that specific city. I was intending to go quite a ways further. I did not realize that my battery was cracked, and so yeah. Hey there, Savannah. Thank you. Probably not the pirate ship. I wanted probably to hang on to something eventually, but I'm probably not going to go with the boat, although that would be really awesome. How can you continue to support? I mean, there's a variety of ways. I mean, obviously, just sharing the channel with other people is great. I have a variety of artwork for sale too if you're looking to support the channel monetarily, I guess, or Patreon, or you can become a member on 539 too. But obviously, I just the best possible thing, I guess, is just sharing the word, spreading the word. But yeah, I'm always open to, I always tell people, don't ever feel like you have to, or don't feel like I'm ever trying to push you to. But if you wanting your name on the credits and all the episodes, I do the Patreon. Yeah. So yeah, there's a variety of ways, but it's whatever you choose, and I'm just happy to have you here. But thank you for asking. I do forget occasionally to tell people about some of the other things. Also, the other social media. If you haven't checked out my other social media, Instagram's 539 Productions as well. And I'm always looking for new followers over there. So, yeah. That's the spiel. Thank you, Crystal. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it means a lot. And I appreciate people coming over here to the second channel and hanging out. I know I haven't always been the best at creating on this channel and keeping up with the episodes and live streams, but we're giving it a shot here. I kind of had the time over the last year, but haven't always had the motivation. And I'm sure that a lot of you have understood that throughout the year. So. But again, thank you all for being here. Once again, if you're enjoying, make sure to give it a thumbs up or share it on your favorite social media. You can send a tweet out or share it in a Instagram photo or who knows, whatever you feel like. Maybe you're on Facebook. You can hit the share button below and share it on Facebook too. Yeah. But so yeah. New tattoos coming up soon. I'm hoping, I would love to find somebody that's cool with me actually setting the phone up and doing a stream. I don't know any local tattoo artists that I know of. Well, I did. Years ago I used to work with actually the first tattoo I got from my man. I was working at another place at a retail store, and my manager also owned a tattoo shop, so I got a tattoo from his tattoo shop, which is kind of interesting. That's a whole another story, but so yeah, I'm looking for somebody kind of actively that might be willing to do a live stream, or at least allow me to film it so I can share it in various places, probably on this channel here even. Probably do a full episode. Might not be edited. I'm not just gonna film a 3-hour long episode of me getting a tattoo and then put it up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think a lot of places would be fine. I believe I've filmed one before. I don't have the footage anymore, but I don't think most people would care. So if I can find one of my old artists, then I might try and do that with them. But yeah, I'm not really sure. Or if I could get somebody to do a on-call too. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it just depends. And I figure a lot of people are on Instagram these days anyway, and I get suggested like local tattoo shops all the time that are on Instagram. So I figure a lot of people that already are on social media might not care. It just depends on how, I guess, protective of their own image is. And I think some people, yeah, for a good tip and maybe even a tag would be okay with just about anything. But yeah, time lapse for sure. I think that would be kind of cool. It'd probably be the way I'd go anyway, because again, I love tattoos and I love watching tattoo footage, but like sitting there for 3 hours watching somebody get, a partial sleeve tattoo is just not gonna. I just only the very few dedicated, tattoo watching people are really gonna sit there and and I just don't think that segment of my audience is big enough, and I just don't want to bore the rest of people with watching a 3 hour long video on, so it'll probably be, probably like a 10-minute time lapse slash whatever else I can kind of talk my way into, especially if I know the person. If I know the person, I might be able to. If it's somebody I've worked with in the past, I feel like I might have a little bit of an in. Some of mine are fairly easygoing. I had talked to somebody about possibly doing it, but I kind of lost contact with them, and I'm not sure if it would have been the best opportunity. Not because of the person; he was a real cool guy, but I'm not really sure how set up they were at that moment to really do anything. It was more like they'd try sort of situation. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people probably would like the free advertising, depending on. Oh, sorry, I missed a comment or a question. The flag is still around. I didn't get rid of it. It is just. Actually, I forgot where I put it. I put it somewhere. Oh, I think I put it on a chair over there. Yeah, it's just folded up. So I might bring it back out for something. Who knows? I've been wanting to do the 539 in the background for a long time, which is kind of weird because, I obviously stream as Mystery. And I might add that below it. I was thinking of doing maybe a painted on something, or getting a flexible. There's a couple of different ways to do cursive writing with the LEDs. Either frosted tubes or the actual flexible tube LEDs, which, well, I guess I'm not going to get into an LED argument. But anyway, so I might add in Mystery below it. I still haven't covered up the in-between wires, which actually are starting to look a little bit better. But I still need to cover up the controller. My hope is that eventually the Boston Fern, oh, there we go. Hopefully the Boston Fern eventually grows to the point where it's all covered, and then I'll have also the pothos here. As you can see, it's growing all the way. I don't know if you can tell at the bottom here, the little black. Oh, this is harder than that right there. That's the silver pothos pot, and so it's growing all the way up, and then eventually it's going to grow all the way across, and it splits the vine as it goes, so it can kind of go around the lettering and then cover up some of the wiring and things. And they don't put off big, huge. Well, they might when they get bigger, but they're not putting off any big aerial roots right now. So I don't think it's gonna eat into the wood or anything. Which pothos and the related plants' aerial roots can sort of sometimes eat into drywall and wood pretty easily. But yeah, so eventually it'll be all covered up and look kind of, I don't know, foresty. I might have missed something. Anyway, yeah. So almost done, but yeah. And I need to get the the massive light bulb on the wall working too. It is working. I just need to get it tinted a little bit more. I have it tinted a decent amount, but it's still putting off too much light, and so it's not going to look great. Oh, and I need to wash my wall too, because once again I meant to get in there with a washcloth, and now I still have my guidelines up. So, but yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. But yeah, I wasn't really sure until last moment that I was going to actually even do a live stream tonight. I didn't really have a huge plan. I was trying to think of some things to do. I had looked into the tattoo news to see if I could find any interesting stories, and nothing really popped out. A few celebrity tattoos, which I really, honestly, for the most part, just don't care. And then a few good feel-good stories, but they weren't really interesting. I think the one, like I was saying earlier, about somebody that just, the whole story was about a guy that got famous on TikTok because he was a tattoo artist, which is like, okay, that's awesome. But that's not, to me, that's not an interesting news story. I'm happy for that person and their career and that their artwork's being noticed, but I don't understand how. I guess maybe it's because it was a local newspaper. Maybe it was a local newspaper and I didn't realize that. Yeah, I actually, looking back, I think it was. Thank you, Danette. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've been working on it really hard. Got 60 plus feet of, actually 70 plus feet of LEDs now between my room LEDs and the 539 LEDs. So, probably more than that, honestly. Just TikTok you. I have a TikTok. I have almost no followers and almost no content, but I do have a TikTok though. I did cave in because if I ever do use it, it really does seem to work pretty well for getting your content out there. So I'm not gonna knock anything that's gonna work for me. So I guess I'll probably start giving it a shot. I was putting some just some cool like slow-mos up there. I forget what all of it I've put up there. It's been a long time since I've actually logged in. But couple sunset photo or videos, and yeah, that's on under 539 as well, I think. I don't think I did it under mystery. It shows you how good I am at TikTok right now. So, yeah, if you're interested at the eventual content that will come on TikTok, you can check it out over there. But yeah, again, probably just going to be some fun, either time lapses. I was filming a time lapse for it the other day, but it didn't turn out as well as what I liked. I need to do it on one of my cameras. I was trying to do it on my iPhone because it gets really good resolution and actually takes pretty decent photos. But it wasn't metering correctly, and so it made it look really kind of jumpy. Like the lighting just looked really weird. Oh, I think I missed another one. All right, anyway, but yeah. So, yeah, I kind of screwed that up and got a little bit disheartened. I didn't pick up the camera to do because I was doing another sunset. I was actually doing a sunset, a really cool time lapse of a sunset over the course of like about 45 minutes to an hour, and it was highlighting a few of my plants too, and it was going to look really cool, but it could not get the lighting correct, and especially across the shots. So it was like, and I understand it's kind of difficult though, but at any rate, it would as the light would dim from the sunset, it would of course adjust, and so it looked very jumpy. So sunsets are one of those things that are kind of hard because you kind of gotta. Excuse me. Wow, that one hit my mic. Morty and the Misfit. I probably should check that out. I've not seen that. I think TikToks have to be under a minute, I think. I think that was my limit when I was there. I don't know. Somebody correct me if you know. I'm not super sure on the time limit, but I think it's around 60 seconds. So, yeah, especially like when you have two severely different lit areas, especially like so like the worst thing possible is to have, you know, a bright sunny day and then try to take a photo indoors without a flash because it's going to meter for the sun, which is super super bright, and so you're going to come out really dim, or it's going to meter for you and you're going to come out well lit and the sun behind you is going to come out super overblown. And so it's pretty rough to light it for like a time lapse because the iPhone, of course, doesn't understand exactly what it's looking at. It's just metering the light. So as the sun gets lower and lower, it's metering more and more for the brightness of the room and less for the sunset. And so the room sort of comes in. It's like the sun is in good lighting for half of the time lapse, and then sort of the sun starts going down, and then you start to actually see the room. But then while the sun's up and still going down, and it's really bright, you see sort of a dimly lit room, and so you have to get like super crazy bright artificial lighting. And the iPhone HDR just was not doing too well. Or I don't know if it does HDR when it does time lapse. Because if it did HDR, it should be fine. But I mean, there's some camera nerd talk for you. So HDR, high dynamic range. You usually take multiple images at different. So I could take a shot that did well for the room's lighting, which is super dim compared to the sun, and then I could do another shot for the sun's lighting, and then I could do a couple shots in the middle, and then I can mix all those together in an HDR mixer and come out with a well-rounded shot, which the iPhone tries to do at certain points, but I'm not sure if that works during the time lapse or not. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure we could get into the tech rabbit hole for hours. Hey there, Agnes. Soldering diodes and wires. Oh, yeah, that's never fun. Well, I mean, if you're into that electronic stuff, I like soldering from time to time. Not very often. Usually it's because I'm repairing something. But that sounds probably way too elaborate for my skills. I'm good at soldering, but I'm not the electronics guy. I'm okay, but I'm better on the tech side of things like computers and all that. Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate it. Making lighting for graveyard headstones and props. That sounds very interesting. Are we using a Arduino? Wow, I think we just got sucked fully down into the tech rabbit hole. I had to be careful there about how I ended that sentence. Sorry. Wow, I'm lost. Let's start with All right. We're going to go to the time. How long have we been? 1 hour. We just passed 1 hour 5 seconds ago. So thank you all. Thank you all for being with me here tonight. Maybe it's a little bit easier on the weekends. Let me know. I'm sure that your schedules might be a little bit easier if you have a regular, I don't know even if I've ever had a regular schedule. I always hear the, regular 9 to 5, regular 9 to 5. And all my regular jobs, I've never had a 9 to 5. So, but maybe some people out there do. And the weekends are just a lot easier for you. And maybe we'll do it more often on the weekends. But I am trying to do the streams just more often in general. So. And if some of the older streams disappear, I'm trying to work with the numbers. YouTube's algorithm is a little bit nuts. And so I'm trying to work with the numbers. So if the old streams weren't performing, I might delete them after a few days. But that's just the way it is. But probably not something that everybody's going to go back and watch anyway. Not everybody wants to watch a 5-hour long stream after the fact, so sure it won't be too big of a deal. Totally overrated. The Arduinos? I've never worked with one. I've been thinking about it. But yeah, I don't know. I figure, you can do a lot of it with a Pi. Oh, 9 to 5s, yeah. I'm getting completely off track and going back to tech, of course. But, yeah, I think so. And the weird thing was I was listening to some news today, and I found it kind of annoying because from some of the... and I don't know, maybe it is different across the board. Because I heard some of the industries were experiencing... greater productivity during all the lockdowns because they were allowing people to work from home and people were more comfortable and productivity went up. And then I heard somebody say the exact opposite the other day, and that we should all get back to the office as soon as possible. And I found that kind of disheartening. I don't know whose numbers are correct technically, but my heart wants to go with the work from home because I've always been I've always figured... I guess I figured if I was going to do an office job, but I have done sort of work from home stuff. I did on-site tech for a while, and my office was my house, and of course I got my schedule every morning, and then I would take off, and I got shipped in parts, and I would go to all over Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and go to these different businesses and repair their broken systems. And it was a real fun job. I liked it a lot. So, yeah, I'm kind of, I guess for myself at least, anti-95. Although if that makes you happy, more power to you. But I figure, I don't know. I just don't think people generally are, I don't think there's many real morning people. I think there's a lot of them out there, but I feel like for the most part, a lot of us like to get a rest, get up when we feel like getting up, and not at the crack of dawn. Not that 9 is the crack of dawn by any means, but yeah, that's the way I am. I work harder the less interaction I have with, I guess, people in general, but especially management. I'm better managing my own time. I'll work a lot harder if people just let me work when I want to work. So yeah, for me, that's the way it is. But yeah, I understand how some people. So I definitely would never say make it sort of an umbrella description of the workplace. I do think there is a place for the office, but I feel like a good percentage of it. I was talking to somebody the other day who does logistics work, and they, during a lot of the lockdown, they were doing work from home, and they were doing quite well and really enjoyed it. And that particular logistics company ended up calling all their workers back to the office. But I thought it was kind of funny because I have a cousin that does the same exact job, and they've always worked from home. Like that was how they were hired. It was you're a at-home logistics person, and you sell loads on trucks for goods to be distributed around the country. And it was just kind of weird to see the differences in the same exact industry. So, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different thoughts on all ends from management all the way down. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. Hopefully as interesting to all of you as me, because I'm sure that now that we're falling into logistics, we're getting even narrower of a interest. So if you can get your dog to sleep, it'd be a lot. Yeah, I can understand how that could be frustrating. Thank you. Well, yeah. Yeah. So I'm really interested to see what percentage ends up turning out, because for a while there I was hearing a lot of news stories and a lot of experts talk about, okay, it's going to permanently impact, a lot of these companies are going to go permanent at home. And then recently I've been hearing the exact opposite. It's like, we can't wait to get people back. And it's like, so maybe it just is going to be exactly that. It's just going to be a little bit of both. Some people will go more. We'll just ease that number a little bit to the side. 10 or 15% more of businesses might allow at-home work, and then the rest of them are going back to business as normal. Who knows? Time will tell. 100. I'm not sure I understand that one, Crystal. That might have been an autocorrect. My phone just autocorrected the heck out of the title. It didn't like tattoo stories. It kept autocorrecting it to something. It didn't think that stories would come after tattoo, and so it kept changing tattoo to a different word. And then it was just a pain. Oh, a haunted barn. Okay. I gotcha. That's cool. That sounds like an interesting job. I used to work with somebody named Chris. That was my manager, and it's so weird. He now owns and runs a Halloween costume store, and his other job is he's like some big executive in like a Canadian oil sands company. All from being a middle management at an electronics, or not an electronics store, but a big, I guess, retail electronics is a fine description. Yeah, that was my thought on the overhead. It's like, it probably cost a lot of money to. It's like you're paying electricity, you're paying possibly gas. You're paying probably rent, because a lot of these places don't buy anymore. A lot of places rent. Like I know, all the huge grocery store chains around here don't buy their buildings, or they literally they'll have them specifically built for them, but they're actually renting from a property manager. So. Yeah. I sure hope not. But I mean, like I said, I'm getting my shot. My second shot is this coming Friday, and then I'm back on the road. So I mean, yeah. But I really hope that people do their duty, and we can squash this thing once and for all. I definitely feel like we could have another wave, but I feel like if everybody got out there and got their shots, it probably just wouldn't happen. But again, we'll see what happens. So yeah, but yeah, with the buildings, I feel like the overhead is a interesting issue, because you could save just so much money. by not paying for an office building. You know, it's kind of weird because, you're sort of kicking the cost back to your employees because then they're paying the additional electricity cost for their extra computer time and lighting and, the time that they spend at their home that they wouldn't be. So in a sense, it's kind of I don't know. It could be a double-edged sword. But overall, for the next round, I sure hope that I don't get hit hard. But yeah. So I got the Moderna, and I guess that one's supposed to hit hard the second one. My mom got Moderna, and she got hit hard the second one. My dad got Pfizer, I believe, and he had nothing the second one or the first one, and it was just good to go. So we'll see. But I'm not going to be... Maybe maybe I will live stream it. We'll just live stream the whole thing and we'll go through it. They probably won't let me live stream getting it, but I mean like the aftermath. When I get home, I'll come back to the command center here and we'll just like live stream straight and see what happens until the point where I feel like I can't do it anymore. That's awesome, Daniel. That's good. Yeah, you'll be back to normal life here soon. As much as normal as we can get until everybody's fully vaxxed and this thing's hopefully done. But I think at this point we're looking at yearly boosters, just like the flu shot. But I get my flu shot now anyway, so I don't care. If I have to go in once a year and get both, whatever. Don't care. I'm going to do whatever I can do to stay traveling because I want to travel. And whatever I can do to keep doing this stuff because that's what I want to do. So, that's where we are. But with any luck, I'll be back on the road by the end of the month. Yeah, the first one I got a little bit of after effects. About an hour to 2 hours afterwards, I started getting a sore arm. But that's all I got. A sore arm and a little tired. I'm assuming the second one's going to be worse. Yeah. I'm not good at that. Yeah. I occasionally have restless legs syndrome. Not occasionally, but I mean, it just doesn't kick in all the time. But when that happens, I can't. So I'll probably just do something to keep myself busy. So if live streaming's that, then I'll just do that. Although I'll have to be careful because I don't know what YouTube's terms of service are, but I know if you fall asleep on Twitch, they'll like auto ban you. I don't think permanently the first time, but you're not allowed to sleep on Twitch. Because apparently, I don't know. I'm sure you can guess. Yeah. Well, I'll just make you all suffer with me. I'll guilt trip everybody in with the worst possible title I can, and the saddest looking thumbnail I can possibly Photoshop while feeling as badly as the thumbnail looks, and I'll just guilt trip everybody into hanging out with me while I suffer. So there's that. But it might be interesting. I'm sure somebody's done it before. I'm not claiming to be original. I haven't seen any pop up yet, but I think it'd be interesting. But again, I'm positive that somebody's done it. Somebody's had to have done it. Oh, So Anna, I thought you meant something completely different. But yes, Yeah, you want to be careful not to say the name of the. I don't know if that's the case anymore. I know at the very beginning they were pulling videos. When lockdowns first went into effect, they were demonetizing and pulling videos that had the name in the title. Yeah, well, yeah. Good luck to you, Dan. Yeah, I'll let you know on my, maybe even live on my end. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. And then I'll need a few face emojis with the sick and throwing up ones, the green ones that has like the puffy cheeks. A few of those. Some gigantic lettering somewhere. With some kind of crazy apocalyptic title about my life. And then the secondary crazy title and the actual title below. If we're gonna go full clickbait. Yeah. Oh, we'll definitely need the gigantic syringe emoji too. So, and then I think maybe like he'll have the arm, and then we'll do like some Photoshop to have the gigantic red sore, so it's just really popping out. So, we can get crazy with the Photoshop. I have some pretty crazy thumbnails. Not super bad. I try not to do too much clickbait. I try not to irritate people. I try to make it just interesting enough to pop out from people's timelines without people being like, "Are you serious?" The last few have been a little bit on 539. I think the last one was a little bit clickbaity, but at the same time, I didn't really feel bad with everything else that's been going on. So it was like, if that's what I have to do, then that's what I got to do at this point. And that's fine. I'll make the super clickbaity thumbnails. But yeah, the huge torn down banner I thought was quite poppy. Who knows? The last time I did a similar style, it worked out quite well. So we'll see if it does this time. But with some of the weird issues over the last few days, I'm kind of worried that it affected that. But it seems to be fine now. But that might have been live stream things too, because thinking back now, I have noticed in the past is like the first 3 to 4 live streams back are strange, where it's just like one time it's good, the next time it's bad, the next time it's good, and then it kicks off where it's pretty steady. And tonight's been pretty steady, so yeah, I was worried, but I think we're kind of back in the clear, and so I think if I can keep this up for like a month, we'll I won't go into the full explanation, but we'll hop into that next level of YouTube with the way the monetization thing works, which I explained last time. And yeah, if somebody wants to know at some point, I'll answer that question, but otherwise I'm going to avoid going back into that subject again. Yeah, there we go. I wonder if I can oh, whoops, I didn't. What am I doing? Trying to search in the wrong text box. What? Now I'm going to get angry, and not be able to pronounce words. Man. So YouTube will not allow you to search for the sick emoji? That's weird. Maybe it's just me. Anyway, sorry. That's total dead air. It's voodoo. Oh, yeah. The algorithm. The algorithm is definitely voodoo. I probably shouldn't say that. Anyway. I don't know. I think I might rather that at this point. It might be more reliable. need to go down and to Louisiana. I cannot pronounce words tonight. That was a pretty southern pronunciation of Louisiana, but that was not a Louisiana accent. That was like somebody from Kentucky. No offense, I have plenty of family in Kentucky. It sounded more like my family pronouncing it. Yeah. But yeah, I did. Oh yeah, that was my other 539 production news. I do think I am going to start a brand new channel for the road trip series because I had an idea when I do my loop around Lake Michigan, which I think is going to be a really interesting series to kind of start that out with. I was thinking that I'll probably stop at a few of the bigger cities, and since another big popular type of episode over on 539 Productions is the Mausoleum series. A lot of people like the really old, like 1800s and older mausoleums, and there's a lot of interesting ones up in the northern lower peninsula as well as I believe the upper peninsula, I'm sure. And so I'm thinking about maybe just stopping off at a few of the bigger cities and doing like a few of the large cemeteries with the really, really old mausoleums and releasing that as a huge series on 539 and then starting 539 Road Trips as a third channel and doing the full-on road trip documentary. You know, if you like, I don't know how many of you out there have actually watched road trip series. I really enjoy them. There was one that I watched a few years ago with, what is his name? Is it Ian McKellen that did it? Wow, I'm going to feel really embarrassed, but it's Long Way Round, and it was a motorcycle trip that he did around the world. And it was just super interesting to me, and after that I really got into I had watched some road trip videos before that. I used to be back in the day into like the I don't know, I'm sure some of you out there have heard of the movies, the Gumball, I don't know the exact title, the Gumball something, but it's a race movie, but the race is actually real in real life, and they do it every year or every few years. I don't know exactly what the schedule it is, but they it's sort of a semi-legal, technically outlaw race that goes on in certain countries. The race itself is legal, but you're supposed to stay within the speed limit. But they send out the documentary photographers with a lot of these drivers, and they're all driving. A lot of them are driving Lamborghinis and Porsches and different heavily modified sports cars. And of course, none of them are going the speed limit, and there's several videos of cars doing 200 miles per hour on public highways, and it's probably a bad idea what they're doing, but at the same time it was a really interesting documentary, and it is again, if you've seen the old movies, Cannonball Run, yes, and then sometimes the race is called the Gumball as well. Ian McGregor, yeah, that I said McKellen, didn't I? I don't know. I'm really bad at my actors. I don't have anybody memorized, barely. So that's always been one of my things. I have a weird memory. I can remember some of the craziest little things that happened in my life, but like names of like famous people a lot of times elude me. So, but yeah, Lord of the Rings dude. So, not that that's all he's famous for. But yeah, and he recently did another. I think there's 2 sequels, and they just recently did Long Way Down. I haven't seen that one completely yet, but that I believe is a trip. Oh, I can't remember, but it's another one in a different direction. I think it's through America and maybe down through South America. Although that'd be interesting because there is a 100-mile gap between Central and South America where there's no roads, so they would have to sort of cheat, but I don't consider that cheating, especially since one of my road trip videos will definitely be cheating in that manner, but in a really cool way. and then I'm also going to be doing I'm hoping to do the island series this year too. I have a bunch of different islands that I want to visit with. Some of them have old abandoned stuff on them. Some of them have old cemeteries on them. Lots of old lighthouses and things like that. And so I'm wanting to do that. A few of the islands I can actually drive to technically. You kind of drive and there's not a bridge, but you drive and you hop on a ferry and you go to the island, and then you can drive all around the island and see the different sites. And so there's a few islands I want to go to. Some of them have a few historic memorials, and like I said, a few abandoned lighthouses. Some of them are going to be boat only, but those a lot of it would be probably for 539 Productions, the main channel, and then some of it would be for the road trip channel. So that's the idea anyway. I feel like my mic is just still blowing out. Okay, that sounds a little bit better maybe. All right. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea. Lake Michigan, and then probably a trip out west again, and then probably the island trip after that. So it'll be fun. I think I'm going to actually try and take a different way out this time. I want to try Highway 40, which runs along the historic Route 66, and it's a little bit tedious to try and do historic Route 66, although I'm definitely going to be stopping off in a lot of the little places and checking out things, taking a lot of photos of whatever's left. Some places probably are starting to get torn down, but some of the abandoned stuff is still left there to photograph, and some of the just stuff that's been upkept over the years, the historic locations you can still visit, and there's a few hotels that are still running, and restaurants and things like that. So be a lot to film going down that way, and then kind of take the opposite, sort of go down and then hit some of the states that I haven't hit before, and then travel from Southern California up north and then do it that way. So we'll see though. I'm not really sure. At this point, I'll just be kind of happy to get back on the road and be back out there, and just to be able to do some bigger trips again. I mean, it's definitely been... I liked the challenge in certain ways because it did... that was a misreport. I don't know why this is important, but it just seemed really crazy that my OBS, which is what I use to broadcast to YouTube, tells me how much of the CPU percentage I'm using, even though, like I said earlier, that's sort of a fake number because it's only using one core. But it just reported that I was using negative 28,000% of my CPU. So that's definitely wrong. Anyway, so there's that. But yeah, so Route 66 starts, depending on which side you're starting on, it starts in Chicago from my end, and then goes all the way to, what is the name of the pier? Is it Santa Barbara? No. Is it the Venice Beach? I can't remember. Well, it's one of the famous piers in SoCal. It literally dead ends right there at the beach. So, yeah, I think that'd be interesting to take that way down. And that goes through a few states that I didn't hit. I believe 40 runs through, I might be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong and but I believe Arizona would be one that I would hit. I think maybe Kansas. It's either Kansas or Oklahoma. It might be both, but I think we miss one. And then it goes through the Texas Panhandle and New Mexico maybe. I could just, why don't I just look it up on the computer? I'm an idiot. But so yeah, hoping to hit a few of those states that I missed, and then on the way back, I'll probably take 80 back because I missed a few states to film in. I really want to film more in Utah. I have a few places I missed in Utah that I really want to go back. An amazing place. There's actually so I cut down through Colorado when I was going out last time instead of going through Wyoming. And then I went through the Rocky Mountains. I went through Denver and then on to western Colorado and then took that, I forget which highway, but I took the highway north to Salt Lake City and met up with Highway 80. And while I was taking that highway, it was going through the mountains and there was a little tiny old, I want to say it's even older than the 1800s. I want to say it's like an old, like 1700s little pioneer graveyard, and it's just on the side of the highway. And I guarantee almost no one visits. Like, and it just looked incredible. Like, really old. If I remember, it had the iron fencing, and it's just. And it's so fast, you have to know where it is, and it's like right around a curve. So it's like you have to be on a time of day when it's not busy, and you have to know exactly where you are because you're kind of going down this mountain ravine into this valley, and then right around one of the curves, it goes. You can pull off, and you can actually pull in, so it's like actually safe, and you can get out and visit this little tiny graveyard. But I guarantee almost no one does it because unless you have like a distant relative that you know about that was there, then I would say that unless you're somebody like me, you're not gonna even try to go there. Hold on just a second here. Why is this wrong with my chat window? Sorry, I'm gonna try and. So I'm gonna do that, and then I want to film in, like I said, Wyoming and Nebraska, and I missed Iowa. I had a place in Iowa, a Pioneer Cemetery in Iowa that I wanted to film at that I missed, and all kinds of stuff. So I really, really have a lot to do. But that was kind of for a very, very specific reason, though. Since it was my first trip out there, I just really wanted last time to take that time for myself. A lot of these places when I've gone out of state before, I've been there before, and so I can kind of not take in everything for myself and sort of just point the camera and look through the lens, or to sort of have that, I don't know, that disconnected sort of view of it, viewing it as a production rather than a personal experience. And so as much as I tried to, share that experience with you guys, which I think would be probably really good to document, and I probably will in the future. Hey there, Gary. Welcome to the live stream. And I probably will in the future, but at this point, some of these places, it just really means a lot, and especially when you're going there for the very, very first time, and so that's the reason that I kind of set the cameras down, because for me it was just kind of absorbing it all, because it is a big trip, and it's different because you kind of live in your area, especially in a huge country like this. You kind of live in your area and you get used to that, and that's the country that and it's like you almost, even though you have the photos and the videos and there's TV shows filmed everywhere, it's like there's some sort of disconnect until you actually do it yourself. At least for me personally, it's like I'd seen 1,000 TV shows and movies and things and videos from California and all these places for years. It wasn't like I didn't know what it looked like, but at the same time, when you drive out and you're like, oh yeah, this is a completely different world. This is completely different from everything that I've ever seen, and people live in a way that's somewhat similar, but also incredibly different, and so it was one of those things where it was like, I'll just take this, a lot of this in for myself this time, and I'm going to film as much as possible and do as much as I can, but at the same time, I'm not going to push it to the max, because I'd rather just enjoy the fact that I'm here and I'm experiencing it, and the next time I'll do a little bit better of a job. But at some point, I'm sure on one of these firsts that I do, especially some of the bigger ones in the future, I'll probably spend a little bit more time with the camera just to be able to document that, and sort of I wouldn't say emotional is the right way, but just the mental journey that you go through, as well as the physical. Yeah, I would love to make it to Georgia sometime. I mean, I've been to Georgia. I've never filmed there. I was close to Florida, or Georgia. Well, Florida and Georgia. A little bit ago, obviously, when I was down in Alabama and did some really interesting filming down there. So, yeah, I would love to make it back to Georgia. It's been quite a while since I've been there. I think it's been well over 10 years since I've been to Georgia. Oddly, the last time I was in Georgia, I also got stuck in a snowstorm. I was not so lucky when I was in Georgia. I actually had to camp in the car in Georgia. And then we could barely get back onto the highway in the morning. We actually almost slid back down the on-ramp. And the only way I could keep my friend's car from sliding back down the on-ramp was to turn off his traction control and do a steady burnout for like a quarter of a mile, because every time his traction control would turn on, we would slide like 10 feet back, and then the traction would kick back in, or it would turn off, and then the tires would spin a little bit, and every time they were spinning, you wouldn't be getting good traction, but you'd get a little bit forward. You get it down, like, 10 feet forward essentially, and then the traction control would kick in again and kick the tire, turn the tires off essentially, and obviously that's a simplified way of saying that, but and then we'd slide back down. So I was like, screw it. So I hit the traction control off, and I did a burnout for a quarter mile up the thing, but we made it, and I did not blow the tires. So yeah, what should have taken a matter of a few hours ended up taking, well over like 18. The snowstorm started in Kentucky while I was in the mountains, because I have at the time I had a few friends that lived way up in the mountains. It's like a little subdivision, but like to get to the subdivision, you had to go through this national park and these crazy little winding roads up this mountain. Scary thing for anybody that's not used to it. I mean, you're going through some of these curves and there's no guardrails, and you're looking down like 200, 300, 500 feet, down, and probably even more half the time. Some of the mountains are obviously 2,000-3,000 feet tall, and so, so we're going up, and we get to my friend's house, and everything's fine, and the next thing you know, we're looking out, and it's coming down, snow's coming down really hard, and it's starting to come down like sleet and ice. And they're just like, you've got to get off the mountain, and you have to get off the mountain now. Like, it's like, sorry, like, we're not telling you that you can't stay, but it's either stay the night now and accept defeat, and that you're probably not going to get out of here for days, or leave right now. And so we left, and it was a good thing because it was already starting to get slippery, and where they live, the roads regularly go out. Like there's landslides, and especially during the winter when there's lots of snow, and it's like super soggy and moist, like when it gets like, it warms up a little bit, but it's still like snowing. And so literally we could have gotten trapped there for like several days to like a week. And we managed to make it out, but by the time we made it out, the snowstorm was in full effect and engulfed us and followed us down through Georgia. And it was so bad that the when we got to northern Florida, like a lot of the um, what do you call it? Orange orchards? Are they orchards because they're trees? Um, a lot of the oranges were frozen on the trees because it had the storm had hit northern Florida too, and so we ended up getting stuck in southern Georgia for the night because that's as far as we could make it, and then we ended up falling asleep in a Cracker Barrel parking lot, and then woke up and had to do the burnout. So. Oh yeah. Asheville's saying anywhere in that region, yeah, you easily can get snowed in. Like it's like half the time their school was just canceled because the road was out. It was like, well, you could try to drive, but you would just fall off the mountain. But it's like, I mean, they got through it. They did it. But I mean, it must have been rough. I could imagine back a while ago, it probably would have been even worse. Um, the roads have gotten significantly better there over the years. But yeah, it's crazy to be in a snowstorm in the mountains. So I'm sure it's even crazier out in the Rocky Mountains, but I have not experienced that. Although driving down the Rocky Mountains is a trip and a half. And that's definitely, if you've never driven through the Rocky Mountains, do it at least once in your life, but have somebody in the car. Because when you're going down the mountain and you have to hit the brakes so you don't do 90 miles per hour, then you realize just how bad or scary some roads in the U.S. can get. Like I could almost see my hotel from it was like next 10 miles, 30% grade, like you're just hitting the brake for 10 miles as you're going down the mountain, and you can see your hotel coming up from the distance. It was crazy. I should have filmed that. I wish I would have had my GoPro running. I'll do that next time, but I have to figure out an interesting way around because I do have some Colorado places I want to film too. There's a lot of these old the old Western legends, the gunslingers and the outlaws. A lot of the little grave sites are out there. I can't remember which one was in. Was it Doc Holliday that was in? I don't remember. One of the famous ones was in Colorado, right near where I was. And I was gonna hike up to it because it was out in a national park, I believe, some ways, if I remember correctly. So it's a little bit of a hike, but I thought that would be really interesting. I guess I would prefer to bring. Whoa, that was weird. Anyway, I'd probably prefer to bring somebody with me on that one. They got some big bears up in Colorado. Although I hear brown bears are the ones you want to run into. They might be bigger, but they're not quite as... black bears... Black bears you're supposed to, fight for your life. Brown bears you're supposed to just play dead. The Rockies are something else. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, it was just nuts. There are certain places, and obviously in the Appalachians, where they have miles worth of downward driving down the slope of a mountain. But yeah, nothing compared. It's just it's like traveling up an Appalachian mountain and then seeing another mountain on top of that. And that's really what it looks like. It's like it's like you look out and you're like, oh yeah, I'm driving next to a mountain, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm already on the mountain. That's just the rest of the mountain. Like, and it's like you're already on top of the mountain, and it looks like the Appalachians up there because you're looking up, these similarly sized mountains, but then again, you're already 5,000 feet in the air, you know. And technically, even when you're at the base, because Denver's already, what is it, a mile above sea level to begin with. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. And then I would suggest keeping a window cracked the entire way. And if you forget, do not, whatever you do not open the window up halfway through, or you will go deaf, like temporarily. I made that mistake not thinking about it, because I know that you're supposed to keep the windows down, at least on the older cars, because you get a pressure buildup, and even on the newer cars it's going to be there too. But but yeah, there's a pressure difference, and it's going to be a lot less pressure at the top of the mountain than it is at the bottom of the mountain. And of course, people have probably gone through the ear popping when you go up and down. And so a lot of people recommend that you keep your windows open, because the cabin pressure inside your car will not fluctuate. Well, it'll keep equalized with the outdoor, and hopefully help to keep your ears from popping a little bit. But the worst possible thing is to do it at the top of the mountain, because then your car is pressurized like the bottom of the mountain. And so the instant that you roll down the window, the pressure drops immensely. And I did that at the top of the mountain, and I literally went deaf for like until I got to the bottom of the mountain, like completely. Like if I had my phone like up to my ear, I could hear, and I could technically hear, but it was just like everything was like, it was like listening to everything through like pillows on your ear. It was just really faint and muffled, and it didn't go. And it was kind of scary for a bit, because it didn't go away until I for like 10, 15, 20 miles or so. And so it was just like, am I going to get my hearing back, or is this going to be like am I gonna be dealing with this for a while? And but thankfully, by the time I got to my hotel, everything was back to normal, and I just kind of kept my windows kind of cracked the rest of the time. Yeah, and mine do in the Appalachians as well, and yeah, it was no comparison. Like, there is no feeling like that, especially if you make that mistake. And I made that mistake in the Appalachians too, and there's still no comparison. It's just like, it's almost like going instantly deaf. Like, it feels like it for a brief minute. For a brief second, it's like, oh, I really messed up. Like, my ears are gone. And then you realize you can still hear. It's just severely, your ears just like popped so severely that it's just like, you're just done for a little bit. It's like your ear just checks out. And then ever so slowly, it's like it starts equalizing, it starts getting back to normal. I'm not sure. I don't believe I've been to Arlington. I mean, sometimes I do make mistakes, and I don't remember the names always. But no, not that I know of, and I don't remember ever finding the site of that plane crash burial. So, but yeah, that would be something kind of historic and interesting to check out. Now, I highly recommend doing the Rockies. It's definitely worth it. Just crack your window at the bottom of the mountain, and it won't be a problem. And remember, once you get to the top, hit the brakes, not the gas. You don't need the gas. When you're going down the Rockies, especially if you take, I don't know what the highway is going north of Denver and up into the Rockies. But whatever that highway is, if that's the one you're taking, once you get to the top, just don't hit the gas until you're at the bottom. Until you realize that you need the gas to maintain the speed limit. Because like I said, at one point, I let off the gas or let off the brake, and I realized that if I didn't hit the brake again, I was going to get pulled over for speeding. You accelerate. It's just all acceleration. So it's a trip, but it's definitely worth it. And there's all kinds of cool stuff up in the mountains. Obviously there's, little hotels and things all over. And so you can stay at all kinds of amazing places. And I really want to take some time in Colorado the next time I'm out there. Although after all the problems I had during that time, I can only imagine how much of a nightmare it would be during the winter when the roads are slippery. It's I was having trouble, staying below 70, 80 miles an hour without braking. And so I can imagine on a slick highway where you really don't want to be hitting the brakes hard, you literally, it would just be a nightmare. There's no way. Automatic. I know how to drive a manual, but I'm not a big manual fan. I'm not anti-manual. I do love driving them from time to time. It's a lot of fun. But for really, really long road trips, I think an automatic is the way to go. Unless you're just huge into, if you're a manual guy or a manual person, I guess I should say, if that's your preference, that's the way you're going to always want to go. But comparatively, as a person that doesn't really mind either way, I'm definitely not a transmission purist, although as a car guy, I had plenty of my friends that were. But I prefer the automatics. But I'm very happy that I am comfortable driving a manual. So, and on occasion I do. Not so much anymore. So, yeah, I probably could. The odd thing is that since there is a somewhat different version of my car over in Europe, I probably actually could convert it over to a manual diesel. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of Fords in Europe are diesel. I know my Ford Focus is mostly my model was mostly diesel in Europe. But I really don't understand it though. I understand in terms of weight, a manual transmission is significantly lighter than an automatic transmission, and therefore the numbers on paper would look a lot better for gas mileage using a automatic or a manual transmission. But I don't agree with that assumption due just to people's personal driving habits. I don't feel like in general, a lot of people out there might be like, my driving is great, and I think that's, a lot of people out there probably do have that skill, but I think the majority of manual drivers probably don't have that skill to actually utilize the weight differential. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I'd like to see the numbers on what kind of money actually gets saved by the driver and not just on paperwork. Because, you can argue on paperwork all day that a manual transmission should have better gas mileage, but if I'm driving, 60 miles per hour in third gear, I guarantee you I can trash my gas mileage. So, or if I'm revving my engine to the red line at every stoplight and just sitting there bouncing off the rev limiter, I definitely can get my gas mileage down there. So everybody learns in a manual. I learned for the first time in a manual here. I learned on several different manuals as well as automatics. So I got a pretty good mix. It was good. But mine was petroleum. Most American Focuses are petroleum. I don't even know if they offer diesel over here. I'm sure that obviously Ford does. There's plenty of Ford diesels. But I mean, like, in that model, a lot of the diesels in the smaller compact cars are only available in Europe. They just don't, people don't buy much. The only ones that I know of available here in the States are Volkswagens. And a few of those are turbo diesels. Well, most diesels are turbo diesel. I don't know many non-turbo naturally aspirated diesels. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm sure that some people out there can correct that. Oh, somebody said something earlier I think I missed. Yeah. About a off-road vehicle. Hey there, Ian. Welcome to the live stream, dude. Good to see you. It would be okay in terms of like avoiding like wildlife, but I don't know what all areas they are legal to drive in. So, it may turn out that the specific trails that I was looking to get down to find the old, like I said, the old Western outlaw graves. I don't know if it's legal to take them down those trails. So if it is, then yeah, absolutely. I would love to rent, like a 4-wheeler. That would be a really cool idea. It might be something that I'd try in the future, in some different areas for sure. I know there's some areas that I can do it in that would be really, really interesting. In fact, there's a few places a few times that I've been trying to. There's a specific location that I've been trying to film that I have yet not been able to film, and it would be a great place for the 4-wheeler. But I'll have to talk more about that later. Yeah. Yeah, for some, I don't know what the reason is, but the American market is a lot more limited on that end. I don't know why it is. It really is only, I think it really is only Volkswagen that offers any compact diesels. Other than that, it's only big trucks. And just the demand for diesel vehicles in the United States is just, I guess, not as big, especially and it might be regulation too. There might be laws regulating a certain percentage of sales to be diesel for whatever reason. I don't know the differences on how clean diesel burns as compared to regular petroleum gasoline. I'm not that up on that side of the science. Although I do like the idea of biodiesel. I think that's an interesting thought. Although I don't know that it's very financially viable on a large scale. And you really have to be dedicated to make your own biodiesel system. But it's really cool if you can. Problem is that a lot of people are like try to go around to these fast food places and get them to donate their used oil, and that just doesn't happen a lot anymore. A lot of places have contracts already. Seems so boring to talk about, but a lot of restaurants have contracts to send their oil off to get filtered, so it's like recycled essentially. Anyway, if anybody wanted to know information about deep fried foods, there's that. So yeah. But yeah, back to the point. I don't know exactly why that is. That all these major brands, which are often even considered American brands, offer a lot more options overseas, including diesel options. Like, I wouldn't know where to go to get a manual transmission diesel engine version of my car, but I know 100% they exist. And a lot, well, obviously I would know where to go. I'd have to go to Europe, but I mean, like, in the US, unless I had it imported through like some high end car importer, I don't know that I can even get that in the US market. I don't think Ford sells it directly. I think it's an import only. So, I mean, and I would feel kind of silly walking into one of these high end imports businesses and asking them to ship me in a Ford Focus. I'll save up and wait for the for the NSX, one of the real ones, or maybe a GTR, but a Sylvia. Oh, wow, I was looking at the wrong time. It said live 0 minutes. Wow, we just passed 2 hours. Why? I don't know how. I must have my brain on 1 hour increments. I don't know how I do that. The last few times, I always look up right as it clicks over to the new hour. Thank you, Danette. I'm glad you're able to join us. No worries. You have a great night. Hope to see you on the next one. Yeah, I know it's getting late for some people out there. I'm going to try and go on for a little bit longer here since it's the weekend, and I know some of you might be staying up a little bit later. I'm going to take a short break here in a few minutes myself, as usual, and grab a drink. And I mean, though I do have a water right here, but I get bored with water. I need to get in a better habit. The more and more I drink it, the more I like it. But then I have a relapse and go back to soda for too long, and oh yeah, I don't know if JT's still out there. We should tell our New York travel story sometime. What do you think? If you're still out there, you think we should tell our Manhattan story? So yeah, here in a little bit. I was wondering if you're still here. I'm trying to think how much of that story we can tell. But anyway, it's not the worst story in the world. That really isn't. But I mean, it is a really fun story. Maybe we'll tell it someday. We'll think about that. A long, long time ago, Jimmy Tango and I did some travel of our own out to New York. That was supposed to be originally for an art show that I was going to do. Well, be a part of, not do. It was not an art show for me. I am not that big of a deal, especially in the photography world. But no, but there was an art show that I was going to be a part of that ended up falling through. But we still had a lot of fun out in New York. I think I've talked about some of the New York adventures before. But there's a few stories we haven't gone through yet. Certain non-disclosure agreements that were signed. Not really, I'm just joking, but oh, you know the one though. The one that we got reimbursed a lot of money for at a later date. Not a later date, but later on that night. Something happened in Manhattan, and some people ended up paying us some money because they felt bad. Yeah. So, yeah. But it was a great experience, and we ate some great food, and we did the way of travel to New York City you probably should do for the first time. Like, I think we went to New York City and we never saw a single famous thing other than Times Square, and then we went into Rockefeller Center. Um, and other than that, though, like we never went to any other. We just had the common like New York City experience that people who live there have. We ate in some hole in the wall in a back alley in Chinatown, and it was like some of the best food ever. And we stayed in a basement apartment in Queens, and we literally helped somebody load trucks, because they had a small distribution business where they were distributing potato chips and other things to like gas stations around New York City. And they had like a single box truck and a few contracts, and so they supplied this small little chain of gas stations with stuff. And so somehow we got roped into, okay, well, I think we wanted to get out faster and they wanted to go out and do stuff with us, and so we helped them with their job for like an hour or two, loading like a box truck full of like potato chips. And yeah, it was a good experience for sure. But yeah, we went there incredibly ignorant of some of the situations, despite the fact that we had a lot of locals with us that should have been able to warn us of potential situations. But yeah, it was a good time, and definitely love New York. Great place. Want to make it back there and do some exploring again. But it'll be good to go back with a little bit more maturity and experience under my belt, for sure. But yeah, make sure that your New York contact, well, I hate to say it because it's not like, I'm not saying that it was like everybody was completely ignorant of the city. It was just that once or a couple times that we had a few issues, but like overall great though. But nothing but good stuff to say about the state and the city though. Big fan. Although our subway experience was a little bit strange. Yeah. We ran into somebody. I don't know if they were injured or what. All I remember is it looked like a person had fallen down the stairs of the subway, and they were just laying there, and the cops were there, but they weren't doing anything. But they didn't seem to be worried about the person. And so the whole time I was just like, is this person like passed out or even like still alive? Like, but it was so normal. It was like the cops looked bored. It was like, okay, this is tonight. And like, are welcome. I remember getting immediately stuck in a traffic jam. I remember going, because I believe it's I-80 in the other direction, essentially. And it was like, and we went under like a tunnel, and then you come up, and then there's like, boom, we're in a Manhattan traffic jam, like immediately. And I don't remember how long it took us to get. Essentially, we drove from Manhattan to Queens, which, I mean, if you know New York, I mean, that's a mistake. I mean, there's a reason that most people in New York don't even have cars, because cars are just so useless. And we got there Um, um, and yeah, it just immediate traffic jam. But yeah, it was just a crazy trip altogether. But it was fun though. It was fun. I think it's one of those things that it wouldn't have been. It definitely wouldn't have been in retrospect as cool if it wouldn't have gone as sometimes as poorly as it had. Like I don't think it would have been maybe the full on New York experience. Like I definitely had the full on New York experience, I can say. Like I didn't go to the Statue of Liberty. I didn't go to the Empire State Building. I didn't visit any sites really other than, like I said, we went to Times Square and we walked through the Rockefeller Center, or 30 Rock essentially, the NBC studios, and we went through the gift shop. But other than that, I mean, that was it. Other than that, it was like we lived a normal New York life for a few days. We went to local restaurants, local bars, local houses. We got the dirty water talk. New York's water is completely superior to everywhere else in the world. If you talk to anybody that lives in New York, well, some of them, and some people I'm sure disagree, but I definitely got the lecture while I was there. I think it was the first meal that was ever cooked for us. I got the lecture on, the food's all better here because of the water, right? And it's like, I don't know how to prove that, but okay. Oh yeah, yeah. And some of those, because of that stupid intersection. I don't know what's up with some of those intersections in New York, but it was just like, I swear the one, it was like there was like 3 lanes or like 4 lanes, and it was so confusing because it was like you were in the left-hand turn lane, but then I can't even remember how it went. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I swear the problem was not the driving though; it was the intersection, because I remember having never seen an intersection like that in my life. It was like, how do you do this without getting hit? And then of course, New York driving is completely different from almost everywhere else in the country. And it's just sort of like if you imagine like most other places, somebody would put their turn signal on and be like, hey, and wait to be let into the lane. In New York, if you see the turn signal, that's what the person is intending to do. It doesn't matter what you think. If the turn signal on, they are going to turn into your lane in front of you. They are not telling you that out of a hope for courtesy. They're just warning you of what is about to happen, and please get out of the way. And then, so it's a very different aggressive style. Like I know there's a lot of places where that's really aggressive driving and is famously aggressive. Chicago's one, Cincinnati's another one, but like New York is a different one altogether. And the cabbies there, and I don't think it ever happened to us, but another friend of mine that went there, the cabbies will hit you. They will bump you. Like if you're turning right in an intersection and you're waiting too long and it's clear, the cabbie will push you out into the intersection. I don't know. Maybe there's bigger fines for it now, and they don't do it as much. But in the past, I had a friend that he stopped too long at the light, and the cabbie just got pissed and hit the gas, and was just like, "Nope, you're going." Pushed him right into the intersection. So, yeah, it's a different city to try and drive in. I don't recommend driving there. Just go there and take the subway. It's so much easier, at least when you're organized. That was another problem we had too. There was a moment we were running for a subway car because I think it was the last one to get back to Queens for the night, and you're not going to want to walk to Queens from downtown Manhattan. So driving in Paris and Rome, I wouldn't know, but yeah, I would assume similar. New York would probably be the only one of the few cities that would hold up to Paris and Rome in terms of size and roads and things like that. Even though I know Paris well, both Paris and Rome have New York in age. So, but cars were just not around for most of that. It's kind of weird to think that. Let's see, Paris is like 1,000 years old almost, something like that. Like most of Paris's history did not have cars in it. Wait, in the Caddy, I thought we did in the Mustang. Or was that another time? DC. I've never driven in DC, but yeah, I've been in a cab in DC, and yeah, actually the only problem we had in DC was the runners. Oh, okay, I gotcha. But yeah. The DC was fun. I got in before everything. I was in DC in the 90s, so that was before a lot of things ended up getting kind of locked down and secured. So I got to do a lot of things that people didn't get to do for years and years. Like, and I think at this point probably can't do again. So like I've been to the White House and Congress and where else crazy? Yeah, I think that was the only really crazy ones. I've obviously done the other touristy stuff like the Smithsonian and other stuff in DC, but yeah, it was fun. That was the picture I was trying to find for the other day because I have a photograph of myself at several different photographs of myself at the White House. I was trying to find them and I completely lost all of the photos from DC that I took. I mean, they're here somewhere, but yeah, I had a ton of cool photos, including a bunch of the Smithsonian, and the Star Wars exhibit was there during that time, and so I have a lot of the original photos of the original Star Wars, costumes and things like that. Yeah, pretty crazy. I'd love to go back to DC and get some more stuff on film, but I don't know what I would do there though, because I don't want to do like the touristy stuff, and I definitely don't have the clout to pull those strings to get into any places cool anymore, especially places that you can't just pay to get in. But yeah, if I can find the photos, I would love to actually share them because I have a bunch. I mean, there must be like 100+ photos that I have from DC and the White House and whatnot. So I was pretty bummed out that I couldn't find those, but I'll look again. I think I know where I might have put them, but if I find them, I'll scan them in and we'll try and share them here in one of the upcoming live streams. I think that would be a lot of fun. Oh yeah, because that thing could move. That Mustang was fun. But yeah, I think that was what saved us in a couple different situations was the sheer acceleration. Like, some people, like, it's hard in some places to even get in between people because as much as, like I was saying with the turn signals earlier, how they'll just put the turn signals on and just kind of turn in front of you. When we were there too is like at the same time when you tried to do it, the person would just like ride the person in front of you, and they would try to not let us in. And in the meantime, the people in the car are like, stick your hand out the window, point to where you want to go, and it's like, like, this is a lot of work for, two people who have never been to this place before, and like three New Yorkers trying to backseat drive, in some instances. Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, just the intersections though, and some of them out there, not even in downtown. It was like some of the crazier ones were like out in Queens. It was just like, there was, if I remember, it was like there was two different lanes going one direction, and then like in the center there was like going the other direction, and then you had to cross, and so like you were crossing like at certain points there was like two left-hand turn lanes, and they were separated by like two lanes of traffic going straight. So in one of the lanes, it was like you had to look for traffic coming from behind you for the first two lanes, and then coming at you for several of the other lanes, if I remember correctly. And it was like this dumb setup. It was like, how would you put a lane here to turn? And I think it was like, yeah. Oh, was that when the toll? It was that might when we got stopped because we didn't realize we're yeah, that was an interesting story. We'll have to do a stream about some of these stories. Maybe edited down ever so slightly. And we'll change the names to protect the innocent. Oh no, I thought you were yeah. No, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. But I was thinking about something else. Um, yeah. That was great though, because we literally got pulled over, and they were just like, "Oh, you don't have cash to pay for the toll. All right, you just want to mail it in later." And we're like, "All right," and the guy or the cop was like, "All right, you're good to go." Yeah. Yeah. There were a few things. Again, for those out there, we're not talking about anything terrible. I'm sure that anybody or a few people can deduce. But we might do a version of that story at some point, because it is interesting, and I think it'd be fun to tell. Yeah. We'll have to definitely do a plan ahead session on something like that. But I think that would be a fun one to do as well as maybe the gaming too. Yeah, we'll have to do that definitely, Savannah. Yeah, it's not very very often that I have people on that I've actually traveled with in the past. Especially off YouTube. It's probably even more rare. Because the number's so low anyway. I do a lot of my traveling alone, and there's only been a few friends that I really have traveled with over the years. A handful of people that I've been friends with before YouTube, like Jimmy, and a few people that I've met through YouTube. But other than that, a lot of my trips are just me solo. Sometimes with the family. Obviously, there's been a few family episodes on here. There was going to be another one last year, but then the whole year went sour. So, yeah, it'll probably be Travel Express this year. Maybe, we'll see. Um, we'll see what's possible. But I do feel like all these crazy ideas that I've had, it's like I want to make up for all that time that I lost to get those accomplished. Because I know just how much I was kind of bragging about it on the both channels for so long in 2019, and then 2020 hit, and it was like I got that first trip in. No, 2 trips in. I forgot about that. I made it to Toledo for a few days, and then I went to Indianapolis for a few days. And yeah, that was kind of crazy though, because I did end up. I'm not sure how many people out there are even fans of like alternative music or pop music, or and I'm sure that some people's opinions on what genre of music it even is, I'm not trying to get into a musical argument here, but I don't know how many people out there are friends. No one. I don't know how many people out there are fans of or know the artist Billie Eilish, kind of a younger not up and coming, definitely huge star now. But while I was in Indianapolis, I did not run into her, obviously. But I took a photo, or I took we did an episode at it was an art park, essentially. It was a park where people could put up their artwork, and most of them were like large form artwork. And there was one called was it the Smoky Bones or something like that? And it was this gigantic skeleton. And for whatever reason, I got, like, several months down the line, I got a random, I was on Instagram, and a random photo popped up, and it was literally Billie Eilish sitting on the skeleton head when she was much younger. It was probably like 8 years ago, like when she was probably like 13 or 12. I don't even know how old she is now, but she was sitting literally on the skeleton that I photographed all those years later. And I thought that was just crazy that this random person who randomly became this huge music star, and like I just happened to go to this random park in Indianapolis on kind of a whim, and ended up finding literally a place that she had not only had been when she was younger, but had been photographed at. And I just thought that was crazy. And then she randomly shared the photo online several months after I'd been there. It was just like, oh, look, it's me and my family. Or it might have been somebody else that I don't remember if it was her account or if it was like a fan account or something, but it was like just her sitting on this place that I was just at. And it was kind of crazy. Just to see how randomly connected the world is. She was almost strange. Oh, what that? That's not funny. I'm not laughing. Like, it's a funny thing. That's crazy. I don't understand why I see some of these big pop stars do these. I think Britney Spears did a video like that back in the day where she had the massive boa constrictor, and it's like these things are killers. Like, they don't care about you. Like, I don't know, maybe if you have a pet snake, you develop some relationship with it. I don't know how that works, but I mean, and I'm not afraid to touch the snakes and do things like that. I've done that before, but like there is some amount of risk when you're doing these crazy music videos. But I know that I've seen a few interviews, and I know that she's one that definitely during the music videos pushes herself and tries to do different stunts and her own stunts and tries to accomplish things a lot of times that are really tough. So that it makes sense that it happened to her. Did I travel with my parents by car? Oh yeah, a lot. We were constantly driving back and forth from Kentucky And then we also vacationed a lot in South Carolina at Myrtle Beach with the family the same family I was talking about that I almost got stuck at their house in Kentucky during the snowstorm. We used to vacation with them in Myrtle Beach, and so we would drive to Kentucky a lot of times and then stay at their house for a few days, and then we would all pack up into, like their bigger SUV, and I think we drove separate a few times. I can't remember if we might have drove together. I don't remember. Honestly, I'm not sure on that part. Thank you, Janet. I appreciate that. I would love to do a longer format radio show, sort of like this, but I guess that's what a podcast is, though. I just need to schedule those guests. But thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, everywhere, pretty much everywhere. We were not flyers. And I never really liked it anyway. Well, I can't say that. I liked flying, but I really enjoyed driving. I've always been a fan of cars. Even before I drove, I loved going on road trips. I loved to travel. I was always the person that was, it was like everybody else was thankful to get home, and I was irritated and wanting to get back out on the road again. Like, I remember that I think my favorite year ever was the time that we had 2 trips planned, and it just worked out that we didn't end up they ended up falling really close together. Instead of canceling them, we just went to Myrtle Beach for like a couple weeks and then came home for a week and then immediately left for somewhere else. I forget why exactly that happened, but it was like the greatest thing to me to know I was only home for 1 week and then back out on the road again. And but yeah, we always traveled by car. And yeah, I think it probably is what made me prefer it. That, and I think I just always, I realized from a certain age that if you flew, it was like, yeah, it was fast and it made the world seem smaller, but it was kind of a lie in a weird way, because it was like the world isn't smaller, it's just you're getting there quicker. There's so much that you're skipping in between, though, and it was like, I don't want to skip that. I want to see what's in between. I was just always curious. I didn't want to stare down from a plane, even though that was kind of cool, the thought, and I've flown, but like, it was like, I would rather just drive it. It's like that is like, I have no problem with, at a certain point, you get tired after hour 8, hour 9, hour 12, it's like, okay, we're done. I need to stop. But like, I absolutely love the long, it being longer, especially when I was heading out to Cali. It was great, just seeing how everything changed. It was just like the slow, gradual change from everything you used to know to everything that you're not used to, and it was incredible to be able to literally see. It was like, everything's the same. Okay, the trees are starting to look a little bit different. And a little bit different, and a little bit different, and now there's no more trees. Now it's just desert and salt and expanses of nothingness, and it's like, it's just absolutely incredible. And so yeah, it makes me really appreciate the road. And I have, I'm a big tech guy, as a lot of you know, and I love technology, and I love the progression of technology, but to me, in terms of travel, the road trip's just where it's at. You're going the fastest that you can while missing the least amount possible. You're not walking, you're not riding a bike, it's not going to take you forever to get there. I can get from coast to coast in less than a week if I really want to. I could do it in a few days if I really, really wanted to. Not in a few days, like, 3-4 days probably. But at the same time, I'm not just hopping over in a few hours and just landing and then I'm there. I feel like it's an interesting way to travel, and I definitely think that it's desirable for a lot of people. But for me, I don't like it because I don't want to miss everything in between. To me, that's half the fun, is just getting there. It's the adventure of hitting the road and not knowing what's going to happen. Like, it's like I always talk about how bad it was to go through Wyoming and Nebraska, and I had 8-inch icicles hanging off my car, and my battery cracked, and the roads were dangerous, and they shut the highway down, and it felt incredibly unsafe, and it was like white knuckle driving, and the roads were slippery, and it was terrible, but it was one of the best experiences of my life. It was incredible, just to be going through the mountains in the middle of Wyoming and watching the snowstorm that will eventually engulf your car coming for hours, and hoping that you're going to beat it, and then realizing at a certain point that the wall of the storm is coming so fast that you're not going to beat it, and it's going to overtake you. And then it overtakes you, and it goes from, like I said, really warm temperatures, and it just drops, immediately almost into like, the 40s and 50s, and then you get into the deep into the storm, and then it gets down into freezing temperatures, and then just chaos. But at the same time, I mean, that's it. That's travel. That's the adventure. You don't know what's going to happen. And it's a long road a lot of times, and you're tired and you're exhausted, but at the same time, there's so much of that really truly it's the travel that everybody talks about, like the kind of halfway cheesy old phrase, the not everybody that wanders is lost, but that goes into a philosophy of how to travel and what travel means, of destination-based travel is really a different form of travel, like saying I'm going to fly to the Bahamas for a week. It's just not the same thing as saying I'm going to take off and go on a road trip to California, and I might not be back for a month, because, the challenge is really to define it in a lot of ways. And again, you get to, it's a very upfront view of just how different everywhere is, because I just think it's just a weird, it's like, again, I grew up in America in the Midwest, and even though I saw all these other places on television, and I knew that they were real places and that they really existed, to me, America was the Midwest. And then when you drive there and you slowly go through this gigantic part of the country that is just nothing but sand and Joshua trees, and then it turns into salt and salt flats, and there's not a person for 20 miles around. There's no houses. There's no nothing. And then you realize, like, oh yeah, that the films I was watching, the shows this is as real as it gets right now. This is real people's lives, and it sounds weird, but I mean, again, if you do it, like, it is absolutely life-changing, especially if you're going at it from a point of understanding that fact that it really could change your life in a sense. I really think it really is. Real true travel really will change you, because it's like this really bizarre realization of how different yet incredibly similar everything is. And again, it just sounds really cliche to say that, but unless you do it, I don't think you can truly experience it. Like, I really think that everybody should go on one road trip in your life where you're, by the end of the road trip, you're begging to actually be home. Go on a road trip that's so long that it's almost uncomfortable. And then you'll understand how it can completely change you and your outlook on everything. Like, truly, truly change who you are. And I felt that it really did in a lot of ways, 5,000 miles by myself, staying in hotels, getting lost in the desert, not lost, but, but like, I mean, being in these just lonely places, and that's another thing too, is at least go somewhere once that's lonely. Like, because, I've been in a lot of places like out in the middle of the country, but I don't know that there's many places in like Indiana that are lonely. There's a lot of people here. It's spread out, and there's lots of farmland, there's forest, and there's all kinds of things. But like, when you've been in between like Las Vegas and the Idaho border, and you're looking around, and there's sand in 20 miles in that direction, and there's sand 20 miles in that direction, and there's sand 20 miles in that direction, and 40 miles in that direction, and you pass the sign that says no gas station for the next 70 miles, that is, then you've at least experienced lonely. Not that, there's plenty of other places around the world where you can do that. I'm just saying, especially here in the U.S. for my U.S. audience, like if you've never experienced, some place that is truly lonely, like, go there. Like, there were places in Utah where it was just like, I felt like I was on the face of the moon. Because it's just me, and it's just desert and nothingness, and it's cool. It's a really great experience. But it really does take that, that again, another cliche that you have to kind of throw yourself out of your comfort zone and make yourself uncomfortable. And I know a lot of travelers kind of use that language, but it's just because it really is true, and you really can't quite understand it until you've tried it. I think the only way you could do it on a plane is just to go to a country that is the complete opposite of everything your country is, If you live in a cold northern climate, fly to the middle of the Amazonian rainforest, and then you might understand via flying what it's like to travel via road for incredibly long distances, But I think it is harder. I think you really have to travel internationally. You have to travel halfway around the world to something completely different from yourself, where, on the road, you get to see that gradual change. And I don't know, it's just different. I don't want to try and make too many comparisons, but I just feel like there's something you get out of it that you can't get out of flying. Yeah, because and in some ways, the U.S. is like the EU in the sense that, it's like we're kind of a loosely collected group of individual sovereign states that have some amount of federal regulation. And so there's, these smaller pieces that are part of the whole. And so it'd be the similar experience to driving across Europe, in a sense, through all the different countries. And you'll see the differences between, like France and Italy and Greece and all these different these places. And yeah, it's very similar, like going through the different states here. you know One state's flat and full of sand and desert, and one might be completely forest and farmland. And you know and then you go to some place like Florida and you got this tropical Everglades and these mangroves, and just these incredibly different places. And yeah, it's really something you should try to experience all of, especially if you live here or if you live over there, to just wherever you are, just go as far as you can. It's and not everybody has the same capabilities, but you know challenge yourself. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be competing against anybody else, but just definitely when it comes to travel, challenge yourself. I think that most of us would be happy, even if you're not necessarily happy with the result of the trip, because it's not always about that. Yeah, Australia's a big one, I think, because obviously it's cut off. It's the one continent, that has one country on it and is completely separated from everything else. It's like anywhere else you can kind of like get around and go places. If I'm in the US, I can make it to Canada, I can make it to Mexico. From Mexico, I can make it down to Central America at the very least, and I might be able to find I don't know if you can get a ferry around to hit South America or what. And then of course Europe, it's fairly easy to make it into the Middle East or to Africa, and into Asia. You can kind of make your way around pretty easily, but Australia is one of those places that you pretty much have to fly, and it's a long flight. And since we've been kind of without our what's the supersonic plane? I can't remember, but anyway, since we did away with that for all these years and are just now starting to get back to that technology, plane flights have just been, I mean, it's probably one of the one major barriers. I think it really, in a weird way, it kind of is what makes it so popular, because even though you have this like 16, 18-hour long flight, to get out to this place, it makes it kind of interesting for the rest of the world, because it's like this really unique, isolated, even though it's large, it's like it's semi-isolated country, because, a lot of the world, it just takes a long time to get there. And but you get there, and it's a place that has a lot of stuff in some ways, in the same way like I'm talking about. It's like it's in a lot of ways very similar to what you're used to. You can find the same things, the same type of buildings, the same cities and restaurants and all kinds of things, but at the same time it's absolutely completely different, in almost every aspect. It's like I was talking about, like with the trees and stuff. It's like in nature, it's like you look at it and you're like, yeah, that's a tree, and those are birds, and and these are animals, but this is not what I'm used to at all. It's something completely. Yeah, and of course, it's kind of crazy because it's the only continent with only one country on it. It's a continent, it's a country, it's an island, it's everything. So, what more can you ask for? But yeah, I'd love to go down there sometime. But we'll wait maybe till we'll maybe wait a few years till I can hitch a ride with SpaceX once they go commercial, because then I'll be able to get to I'll be able to get to Australia in less than an hour for like not much more than a plane ticket. I mean, it's more, don't get me wrong, but well, I should say as Americans, that's what we're taught in school. That might not be technically correct, but that is what they tell us. So, but yeah, maybe it's not technically considered an island since it's so large. It is technically a continent. But American schools just don't get everything correct sometimes, unfortunately. But I still lovingly would like to call it that just because, it's shaped like an island. And it has the characteristics of it. But maybe I'm splitting hairs. I digress. I cannot argue with any of my native audience because if it's your home, that's your home. But yeah. But yeah, nonetheless, interesting place. Definitely want to go there. Yes. Well, yeah, but yeah. I at least had that though. I didn't know it was a continent too, but yeah, it's like most Americans, I think like Africa is a country. So, no, probably not most, but a lot of Americans like think that Africa is a country. So, yeah, we're not good on our geography skills. And there are occasionally some conflicting descriptions in school. Well, I would really love to make it. Australia, I mean, everything down there. I mean, I would love to get down there. And Australia is a big one. New Zealand's a big one. Southeast Asia is a big one. It keeps trying to sleep my computer, but I'm literally... Never mind. Anyway. I have like every program on that's supposed to prevent that. I need to restart apparently. No worries, Linda. Thanks for joining us. You have a good night. Appreciate you being here. And everybody. I haven't even looked at the numbers in like a while. I did pull up all my Twitch stuff. It's all ready. I could go live, but I think... Weird to say that, but tonight on YouTube has gone so well. I think I want to build this for one more stream, and then the next stream we do from the command center at the very least. Obviously, if we're doing a travel stream, I'm not going to be able to do anything like of the sorts. But the next time we do a command center stream, we'll try and do the dual stream, do a YouTube/Twitch all at the same time, and yeah, so I got that ready to go. I could technically just hit start here, but I'm not 100% sure how the computer is going to react. It is my older computer that I have it running on, along with a bunch of other random web interfaces, such as my YouTube Creator Studio and the Twitch Creator Studio. So, whether or not inflicting OBS on it will bring it to its knees, I don't know. But it should be okay, because I know, again, I'm talking tech, but I like right now I'm using my iPhone on my new system. I used to be using my iPhone on this system, which I think is way worse on resources than the webcam. So doing a 720p webcam to Twitch should probably actually be nothing. But it's already 3 a.m, and I figure I I think it'd be good to get an earlier start on that. So maybe next one of the next times we'll do that. I don't know. Like I was saying, maybe we'll try and plan one of these interviews out for like one of the stories or whatever, and do that instead. I don't know if I want to end up mixing the two is the thing, because if we end up having technical issues, I don't want to be fighting with technical issues while trying to actually talk and tell stories. So we'll figure it out one way or the other. But we're probably within a few days of doing a dual stream, and the first Command Center stream from Twitch, technically the second live stream from Twitch, but Twitch definitely screwed that up the first time. I don't know what the deal was. I tried to use my Twitch app on my phone, and it live streamed a black screen with no audio for like 10 minutes, and then I just quit and gave up. And I did the rest of my live streams from YouTube. But like I've been saying, I think it's going to be a good time to diversify and try some new things and utilize that to kind of put some more gas back into the engine, since things have been a little weird. Although I did get some news that it possibly might have been a numbers issue. They did notify me that there was an issue with subscriber counts, that they weren't showing up correctly. And so I'm not sure now. I need to go back and check now that they've corrected it, and compare my actual current analytics against the email they sent me, which may have contained incorrect information. So it may not have been as bad as we were thinking, but definitely wasn't as good as I was hoping. So, yeah, just working on a few things to expand and also help out 539 to do a little bit better in the numbers. So, but we got still a few. I got a few tricks up my sleeve that we're waiting to try here. So. But yeah. And again, I might be trying to put a few 539 clips over here. We'll see if that works out well on this channel. If people don't really like the 539 clips over here, I'll probably just start, again, like I said, a 539 clips channel. Although, like I said, if I do that, I probably won't announce it because it would kind of defeat the purpose. If I suddenly filled it with people that have already the viewing habits that I'm trying to expand upon a little bit by offering some of these road trips and other types of content, so that's why I won't probably announce it, because I'd rather just grow organically on that type of channel. And again, for those people that have been following me for a while, you don't need a clips channel probably. But again, who knows? I'll probably talk about it on here, obviously, like I do now, just because usually these are a little bit smaller, and I don't feel like it's going to negatively affect the goal that I have in mind, which is to, like I said earlier, expand the audience expand an audience that's into videos that right now are the non-popular videos on my channel, the adventure travel and some of the abandoned stuff that the algorithm just will not promote anymore for whatever reason. Since cemetery videos became popular, like I said, it's just it's harder to get the numbers on anything else, where it used to be the exact opposite. So just gonna try to beef up those extraneous numbers on other types of episodes, and try to bring it back to kind of a happy medium where all the episodes are doing well no matter what type of content, which I think will also improve the way that YouTube sees the channel, because if right now, essentially, if you release a slightly less popular video after a popular video, it will then punish you essentially for the next video. And even if you release, like I said, the cemetery videos happen to be more popular. So if I happen to release those after I release like an adventure travel episode, the cemetery episode will suffer in numbers because I put it right after a like abandon or adventure travel. So it's kind of weird, but if I can equalize those numbers a little bit more, and YouTube sees that all of the different episodes are becoming popular, then it might adjust the way that those notifications go out and the way that YouTube recommends my channel around the entire site. So gonna be trying out some of that stuff, and but yeah, some fun stuff coming up, though, in terms of the live streams, like I was saying earlier, and Twitch, and obviously 539 Productions. So a new episode out again. Well, it'll be today for some of us, in a few, I wouldn't say a few hours is accurate, but in a matter of hours. Where did my Windows go again? I've somehow lost my chat. There we go. Hey there, Roy. Welcome. Thank you, Janet. Yeah, I enjoy making them. I don't not enjoy making cemetery videos. My only thing is I want to make sure that my audience that enjoy the other stuff are getting notified, and that YouTube is recommending my other stuff as well. But yeah, obviously I'm gonna continue to do the different, because I just think it's fun. Again, it's not really about necessarily cemeteries, or it's more of, like I said, a historical thing and an adventure type of thing of going out in these, especially some of these more remote locations. It's very interesting to see, some of these places. It's like you still, even to this day, it's like you have to get out and hike and go in and really find these places. And so, yeah, I find it really interesting. I'm always going to be doing them. But yeah, I just, like I said, it's always been kind of this weird, even when I wasn't kind of complaining about how things work, and I'm not going to get into all that again, but like, it always was kind of a weird, like I said, before it was like the abandoned stuff, that I would get, like the almost crazy, like, but that was for a completely different reason. But, I'd get like abandoned stuff with like 100,000 views, and then I'd get like, a cemetery video, and it'd be like, 700. But that was just because that was brand new on the channel at the time, and it's always been hard to change on YouTube, so that's nothing new. But yeah. So I believe tomorrow will be an abandoned episode. I'm thinking that's the one I'm going to release. It is a re-release from a few years ago in Idaho, but it is a complete series. It was a 3-part series that I did, but I know back in 2018, that was about the time that we were starting to experience a few issues, and I know that not everybody was getting notified of all of the parts, and so there were people from time to time that would be confused, where's part 1, where's part 2, and so I recently have been going back to some of the more popular videos that were multi-part and then combining them into single parts. And then, of course, I have a brand new episode that'll be coming on Tuesday. Well, either tomorrow or Tuesday, depending on which one I release. I haven't really decided 100% yet. At this point, again, it's like, do I play towards the numbers and release another cemetery episode and hope that, it builds my numbers so that the abandoned one doesn't stunt my numbers quite as much, or do I try to make sort of a better mix and do like cemetery abandoned, cemetery adventure travel, or something like that? So, or like I was saying, do I just eliminate every other type of content on 539, only do cemeteries, and then open up a brand new channel. So those are my options, and I'm weighing them all out, and we're going to figure it out, and we're going to make some decisions here over the next few weeks. But there's definitely going to be some new stuff and some new channels, and we'll definitely be starting in on the Twitch, because I think that's just healthy. Twitch is just like YouTube, a fairly healthy, somewhat functioning site, and it is someplace that we can utilize, I think, with the live streams to grow the audience. But as far as the travel streams go, I'm gonna have to figure that out, because the last time I tried to do the travel stream was when Twitch broadcast black, and I was wondering if that was a thing where if the app detects utilizing your GPS, you can use GPS to know how fast you're going, and if it detects that I was wondering if maybe it had a safety protocol where if it detected that you were in a moving vehicle, that it wouldn't allow you to stream, which is ridiculous because they have no way to determine. Not that I'm blaming them, because I have actually no proof that that's true, but if that is the case, that's a little ridiculous, because just because you're in a moving vehicle doesn't mean that you're not streaming safely, or that the camera's not mounted, or a lot of times like when I do the live streams, my camera's mounted and way over here, and I'm not sitting there reading the chat. It's like when I slow down and glance over, if I happen to see a comment, I'll say something, but if not, I'm erring on the side of safety. So I'm hoping that I'm hoping that's not what's happening there, because I would love to strap the camera on to my windshield mount again and actually do like a live stream, but do it from Twitch this time. Thank you, Janet. Yeah, I think the re-release is going to be good, because, again, I felt like it got drowned out. I went to Cali, and I filmed a couple of the older cemeteries out around the Bay Area, and those kind of drowned out everything. Like, not that I'm complaining, they did really well. From those two places alone, I mean, I got hundreds of thousands of views, which isn't great, but I mean, it's really good. Hey there, Amanda. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you. Good to see you. So yeah, but they did really well, and so of course, that trained the system even more to not like my other types of content. So when I released the Idaho series, it just did, I wouldn't say terribly, it didn't do terrible, but it just didn't, for as good as it was, this crazy place that I don't know that it ever been on YouTube before, other than on one of our channels, either on the RJ32 channel or on my channel. There might have been one or two. There might have been a few people that he had allowed in there over the years, but as far as I know, it's one of the least filmed places on YouTube especially in terms of abandoned locations, because a lot of those places, especially those big large ones, are way overdone. Some of these places you might look up and there might be hundreds of people that have literally been there and filmed for their YouTube channel, and it's like, and I've always made it a point to do as many locations as possible that have never been filmed before, or have something creaked. Anyway, never been filmed before, or that had very little coverage, and obviously some places are exceptions, for sure. Especially some of the bigger historical places. I'm definitely not claiming I was the, first person to film at Prophetstown. That's just incredibly inaccurate. But some of these places, I've literally been the only person, or one of several channels, you know. So yeah, I mean, it'd be good if I think it'd be good if YouTube at least did a little bit better than what it did on those. Just because I just felt like that a lot of those a lot of what I did in Nevada and Idaho was so incredible that I was just sad that it got drowned out by the California locations, despite how good those locations were. It just kind of saddened me that it was like, it's like I put out something that was just incredible in terms of the type of stuff that we found and just the quality of the location and having somebody there that knew the history of it and had all kinds of stories and things that had happened to them while they were there. You know, even had ghost stories. And they weren't made up. I mean, the guy really, I mean, I'm not saying the guy actually, I don't, you know, paranormal is paranormal. You can make whatever, you know, decision you want to make or opinion you want to have about it. But he had a few experiences that he had that are incredible, that are unexplainable. And I got to film him talking about that. And between that and all the crazy stuff that he showed us and some of the interesting stuff that we found, and like I said, even Ryan from RJ32 was literally looking under floorboards and was able to find like receipts from people that had visited and stayed at the hotel. And I was so disappointed that that they didn't do well also, you know. And I wouldn't trade them. I just felt like they both deserved a chance, and YouTube definitely gave the cemetery videos a chance. Like I said, I mean, just hundreds of thousands of views, and yeah, and I think right off the and then that was quick. Like, I mean, I want to say I checked a few weeks later on one of them; they had already been to 70,000, and then later it ended up crossing 100, and I don't know if it's crossed 200 now or not, but yeah. And then the Idaho series, I think in the first few weeks got like maybe 1,000 or 2,000, which again, you know, that's not terrible. There's a lot of people out there that have, you know, YouTube channels, and they getting 1,000 views is a big deal. But yeah, it was just it was like, comparatively, it was like if I were to look at them side by side, it's like, that was a weird noise. I might have to check on something here in a second. That was a loud thump. But yeah, comparatively side by side in terms of production value and editing and quality of the content inside of the video, I felt like they were definitely equal. They were definitely made maybe for a slightly different audience. I don't feel like completely, because I feel like there can be a lot of crossover. But I felt like they both were pretty good. Hey there, Mary. Good to see ya. 8:39. Okay. Well, oh yeah. Across the pond there. Yeah. Well, good morning. Morning to any of my other UK audience out there. We got a couple. I don't know if anybody else is here, but thank you, Mary, for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, we're getting, well, I can't say that. We always have a pretty good international coverage on our live streams here. Love talking with my international people as much as I love talking with my fellow Americans. It's interesting, the diversity. I've always been impressed. I feel like 539 in a lot of ways has always been fairly unique in terms of just the diversity of followers The sheer number of different countries that everybody's from. I'm not saying that doesn't happen to a certain degree in other channels, but like a lot of times YouTubers can kind of look at their numbers and see like a very sharp, it's like a very big chunk of their audience is only going to be members of, the country that they live in. And then there's going to be a really small, and I feel like our numbers are way more on the internet, not like more like it's beating it. I'm sure I have way more American audience than I have anything else, just because that's the way that YouTube kind of works. It kind of, I think, tries to promote local content to you before international in certain ways. So the regions are a big thing. So, certain things are region locked depending on what it is. So I've always been kind of impressed at the level of international audience that seems to be interested in getting suggested the videos. So it's always pretty encouraging, despite some of the other stuff that's not so encouraging. But yeah. I need to open my YouTube stuff. Where are we? But yeah, again, many thanks. I mean, tonight's been phenomenally better in terms of just sheer numbers. Like, I don't know what happened last time. It just must have been a random thing. I thought it felt kind of weird, but I was like, okay, but it, sometimes when you come back after a while and start regularly streaming again, it can be a little bit wonky. So I was like, okay, let's not freak out too much. Let's give it a chance. And it really did a lot better tonight. So, shoot, I think I'm going to take a quick break and come back. I hate to do it because I don't want to destroy the rest of my numbers, but I gotta take a little bit of a break. I've sat for too long in the same position, and I've got to get up and stretch and take a drink and relax for a few minutes here. But I will come back on in just a second here, and we'll talk for a little bit longer, and then we'll be back tomorrow again, like I said, with 539 episodes. I'm hoping to do a bunch of Instagram stuff tomorrow. We'll probably be doing some food stuff again tomorrow. We'll be doing some seafood tomorrow. Going to be cooking some shrimp and going to be cooking some fish and probably going to be trying some hush puppies. I've been wanting to try. I made falafel not too long ago, which is deep fried chickpea and spices. It's kind of a Middle Eastern Mediterranean dish. Great stuff. And a very somewhat similar, not really in prep, but in result, is hush puppies. And so I'm going to try that. It should be probably one of the easier ones, to be honest. A lot of the stuff recently has been taking like at least 24 hours of prep. So this should be one of the easier ones. Normally I would be marinating right now. Like we did last week. I had chicken and steak that had marinated for about 16 to 18 hours. And then was baked. But usually it's more like I'll marinate it for 16 hours and then throw it in the smoker and then sear it or something crazy like that. It's usually two methods of cooking and several methods of prep. So a quick seafood feast might be somewhat easier. So shrimp and fish might be one of the easier things that I've done in a long time. No fancy contraptions this time. No sous vide. We might maybe whip out the smoker. I don't think so though. Oh no, I'm deep frying the fish. Thank you. Yeah, I just posted another one tonight. I posted my recent. I made homemade tortillas and yeah, that's what the I made, and then I made chicken and steak fajitas. And I marinated the meat from the previous night, and then those went into the oven and then came out and got sliced up and ready to go. So we had perfect medium rare steak that had been marinated and some of the classic southeast or southwest or Mexican spices and brown sugar and all kinds of stuff overnight, and yeah, it was great. But yeah, tomorrow again we're doing the seafood. I don't know what I'm doing with the shrimp. I haven't really figured that out. I'm just gonna deep fry the fish. Probably make like a sandwich or something. Doing simple tomorrow. Sort of like not everything that's good has to be complicated, you know. Smash burgers are one of the best. And those are literally like the quickest thing you can possibly cook. And, you know, you're talking about a burger that's ready in like literally 1 minute. Night, Janet. Completely understand. Get that dog to sleep. I'm sure that they need their rest as well. But appreciate you catching the live stream tonight. Good to hang out. Hope to see you next time. But yeah, I completely understand. If anybody needs to get to bed, don't let me keep you up. But if you feel like staying up late, you're more than welcome to hang out. But I am going to take that short break now, though. Excuse me. Mute button. Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, I think it'll turn out all right. I'm hoping. I need to do another live stream with the food stuff. But usually I'm cooking for the family, and so I try not to disturb things like that. But maybe here in the next few weeks I might try and do an actual stream where I cook something for all of you guys, and at least for you to watch. And then watch me consume. But I mean, I watch it. I find that stuff interesting. I love food shows. But it's a love-hate relationship. Food is another one of those things that's like it definitely dominates the travel industry on YouTube anyway. That's the only unfortunate thing I think about food and travel is because it's like 90% of travel on YouTube is food content. And I don't think they quite... But I get it because food in general is just one of the top on YouTube. I mean, food and in general in media. Everybody likes food. So it's obvious that it would be popular. But sometimes I wish it's like, again, I just want the algorithm to give the rest of the travel channels a little bit more of a chance, and just give us a little bit, just make it a little bit more even. Again, I'm cool with being niche. I just don't want to be looked over. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, I'll be back here in a few minutes. Yeah, I would love to do more food content, Agnes. I really would. It's just not always in the cards. My food setup is just not ideal. I have some of the right setup, you know, with the phone and the little mini tripod and be able to move it around real easy. But there's some definite challenges, especially with hands. I mean, always having a hand on the camera or moving it around constantly or constantly checking chat does definitely take away from your time a little bit. So having a good setup where you're not constantly getting distracted is definitely key for doing lots of food content. But I don't really intend to do a lot, so doing it from time to time with what I have is fine. But all right. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm gonna take a quick break here, and I'll be back in like 5 or 10. So yeah, if you wanna catch me back here about that long, or 4 a.m. if you're in Eastern Standard Time, or if you want to do the math, then yeah, I'll be back here in a minute. If not, I completely understand. Appreciate you all being here. Again, if you are taking off and you haven't yet and you enjoyed the stream, make sure to give it a thumbs up. Definitely helps things out, and I really appreciate your show of support. And I will be back here in a matter of a few minutes. See you in a bit. Sorry about that. For some reason, the camera crashed on me. It was broadcasting black. Okay. I don't think we're going to have any camera issues from here on out. I think everything seems to be working. It was stuck in vertical and wouldn't recognize that the phone was sitting horizontal. So, and it also was just broadcasting black. It was like it thought it knew where my phone was and the position of it, but it like clearly was not connected. So, kind of interesting. I don't really know what happened. But, yeah. My apologies. Took a little bit longer than I was thinking. But I had an important conversation and took a little bit longer. So, it's all good. But, back for a little bit here. Gonna hang out for a little while. It is getting a little late. I can't stay up super late, but excuse me. But yeah, wanted to hop back on for a little bit here. But yeah, I appreciate y'all being here tonight. It was an interesting stream. So obviously, yeah, that was my a good buddy of mine that actually was the person that I stayed with for a week when I went out to California. And we used to work together on several different occasions, technically. And we used to live nearby. And then he got a really awesome opportunity out there and got to move out that way, and it was really cool. So, and we'll have to talk about maybe that story sometime too. I find that kind of interesting in a travel sense too, just because it involved so much in so many different ways. But at any rate, and to anybody out there that was confused by any of that, why suddenly I was talking about past travels. I mean, obviously you can probably connect the dots. I'm not saying you guys obviously aren't stupid. So, that's not what I'm saying, but I just wanted to clear that up. So, when I talk about my New York travels and my gamer friend that I'm going to have on for the gaming episode, and the person I stayed with, the friend I stayed with, I was out in California, which was not Big Steve, although I did get the chance to hang out with Big Steve, but I was not staying with him. Yeah, that was him. So, okay, what did I miss here? I gotta get my chat back up here. Oh, well, good luck on the operation. I know it's not always the ideal situation, but I mean, if it works to help you out and makes life better and easier, I mean, in the long run, then, you know, definitely wishing you the best and a quick recovery. But yeah, I know stuff like that often takes time, and you got recovery time and, you know, sometimes even physical therapy and stuff that you have to go through, and so it's a rough process, you know. I completely understand. Tried getting dressed with one hand. Luckily for me, now that I say this, I'll probably be hexed. I don't really believe that, but I've literally, to my knowledge, never broken a bone. I think I have, but not a major bone. I think I've broken a finger before and didn't really truly know it, but not like a break, like a full break, like a fracture. So yeah, but I've never lost the mobility of anything. I've had some fairly major injuries where I've been like on my or off my feet for like days at a time. Like I had a fairly sustainable or not say sustainable substantial neck injury at one point. I don't even remember why. It wasn't like I don't even remember was it really a I mean I guess it oh yeah no I was yeah that's right I was in a wow I forgot about that for a minute. I was in a serious semi-serious at least bus wreck when I was younger. And I was in a school bus and my school bus hit another school bus and I flew out of my seat and into the aisle because school buses in America at that time at least didn't have seat belts. They were just bench seats. And I was on the aisle seat. The guy next to me smashed his head on the seat, and I think he might have broken his nose. He was bleeding out his nose. I don't know that I ever asked him what happened after that, and then I got launched like just into like a bunch of people as they like threw a couple kids like out into the aisle kind of, and they kind of formed like a human barrier. And so when the bus hit, I flew out of my seat and into them, and that stopped me. But of course, yeah, I had whiplash, so I couldn't like turn my head for like several days, and they had to put me on Vicodin at like the ripe old age of like 11 or 10 or something. So I was on some pretty serious painkillers for a young child. I don't know, maybe that wasn't. No, I think I'm saying that wrong. I think they gave me Vicodin when I had my wisdom teeth removed. I don't know if they gave me that for the whiplash or not. I can't remember what they gave me, honestly. I'd have to ask. I was fairly young. They might have given it to me for that, but I cannot confirm that. Yeah, I might have to ask on that. But yeah, fairly serious. It could have been a lot worse. Thankfully, no one that I remember was seriously hurt to the point of like going to the hospital immediately. I don't think it was a super high-speed crash, but it was like the bus in front stopped and my bus driver was yelling at a kid for having like a video game or something. It was really loud and it was distracting everybody, and he had told him several times to turn the volume down, and he got mad and he turned around and he started yelling at this kid, and the next thing you know, I just see the back of this bus getting closer and closer and closer, and I'm just like, oh, we're not stopping. And the next thing I know, I'm just flying through the air. And I remember some people, no, that was a different situation. And that was in Iraq. At one point I don't know why I go through weird bus accidents. Like I went through some other bus too, and they hit like a speed bump at like 30 miles an hour, and everybody like smashed their head on the ceiling of the bus, but the bus was fine. It wasn't a wreck, but like everybody like got hurt because like it just launched everybody like a trampoline into the air. And again, I don't know what school buses are like in other areas of the world, or maybe in your area you don't even ride one. And obviously I'm talking mostly to a bunch of adults who don't even go to school anymore, just like me. But they're just metal roofs. So it's just like being launched into steel on a trampoline. Like, I didn't really get hurt on that one. I'm sure there were other people who got hurt more than me, but I mean, it was just a dumb. I don't know what. I don't know. Maybe they didn't know where they were going to. I don't want to full off blame somebody that I don't even remember who it was driving or what we were doing or why we were doing it. I want to say it was band related because I don't remember it being like regular classmates. That's the only thing I remember about it. I think it was band related. So, thank you, Brenda. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I've been lucky a few times. But never when I'm, well, until the other day, never when I'm in control of the car. The other day was the first time I've ever actually been in a wreck. But it wasn't a wreck. It was just, I got essentially T-boned by a deer because I saw the one deer cross in front of me and it got away just fine. And then the other deer, I saw it coming because I was expecting it. I knew that most of the time that deer aren't alone. It's pretty rare to only see one. You'll at least see two, if not way more. But so I saw the second one, and I could see that it was going fast enough that I was gonna make it in front of my car and go underneath it, and so I swerved to the left, and everything was fine. But for whatever reason, the deer thought it could race me at that point, and at that point I was already around it, so there was no way I was gonna slow down because that would give it more of a chance to go underneath my bumper again. And so I was just like, okay, well, I can't do anything. I'm just going to keep going to the left and keep going because otherwise, it's going to be certain, major injury for the deer and possibly for me too, because if the deer goes through the windshield, I'm in trouble and it's in trouble. And if it goes under the bumper, I'm in trouble and it's in trouble. And so the best possible option at that point was to swerve and keep going, because if I had hit the brakes, it would have definitely gone under or into the windshield. And so instead, I swerved and I missed it, but it had so much momentum that it couldn't stop in time. And so it rammed into my bumper and it lived. I'm sure some of you out there are animal lovers, and I am too. It lived. It was uninjured. It was shaken up. It barely dented my front bumper, and it bounced off, flipped around, hit its hind end on the side door. Did almost no damage to the car, and the deer walked off just fine. So. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need to repost that. I deleted that. I didn't really mean to. I shouldn't have done that. I need to put that back up. Yeah, thankfully I don't live in moose territory. Moose are all kinds of dangerous for many other reasons too. They're pretty aggressive creatures. A moose in the town is like a bear in a town. They can cause a lot of problems. Maybe you live in moose area. I don't really know. I might be explaining to the choir. Yeah, the deer in this area are really bad. But I mean, the worst thing was that I saved its life. It was just sad that it didn't. If it would have stopped a little bit quicker, it wouldn't have even got hit. I got around the deer just fine. I avoided the deer, and then the deer hit me. So, in other words, it was like I can only swerve so much without, either, going off the road, and there was ditches on both sides of the road. So if I went off the road, I was gonna flip. Most certainly, it was at least a probably 4 foot deep ditch out in the country. So, and I've never been in a car, but I've seen what it does to a car when you go off those. Um, because I've had a friend's car. I've seen a friend's car that did do that, and it wasn't even that far from that area. Literally, probably like literally like a mile away from there in a similar situation, and his car literally was on its door. You know, it wasn't completely flipped over, but it was flipped up on its side. And that's, incredibly dangerous situation and could lead to a car actually turning completely over. And so that was on both sides of the road. So there's only so much that I could swerve without flipping my car or doing serious damage to the car and also to myself. So, I did what I could, and I saved its life still. They walked away with probably a minor bruising and shaken up. So it'll live to see many another day, and hopefully we'll learn from the experience as much as I did. But I mean, not bad for a record though. I have that's the first wreck. So it's a pretty good track record. But I was just thankful it wasn't anything else, or that somebody didn't hit me in the process, Because, obviously, had there been traffic in the other direction or people behind me, there weren't many options in the situation because of the nature of the road and the area that it was going through. I didn't know until the last second. Usually I can, in a lot of areas, I see them coming for a long ways away. Like, I'm in the middle of the country and my bright lights on, and I've got, obviously not great eyes. I wear glasses, but like, in terms of like night vision and like, night blindness, like I'm really good at stuff like that. So like, I usually see these deers like coming off in the field and I can track them all the way to the road a lot of times. But like at this particular place, the layout of the land and then the ditch before the road, it was like pitch black. And then by the time I saw the first deer, I was like, okay, there's going to be more. And then I immediately looked over and there it was. So it was like all within like maybe 1.5 to 2 seconds, just a split second, second deer, react, So and like I said, it was going so quickly that I knew that if I had slowed down, it would have made it in front of the car. So your option at that point is, do I let it hit my windshield and try to jam on the brake? Because that's just not the responsible thing at that point. Sometimes hitting the brake isn't the thing to do, and if a deer is going to go underneath your car, if you hit the brake, then, you don't want to hit the brake. So, but had there been oncoming traffic, I would have had to have tried to do that. So my only other option would have been to maybe hit the emergency brake too, to hope that I hit, slowed down just enough. And then if there was people behind me, then I couldn't have done that either. So my only choice would have been go full force into it and hope for the best, or hit the brakes as much as possible and hope for the best. Like it was just lucky that I was alone. Had there been other people on the road, it would have been way worse of a situation. Oh, yeah, that'd be nice. We just put up signs. It's incredibly dangerous. But honestly, like, I don't know, maybe it's a slightly different species of deer, and maybe our deer here are just not so bright. But it's just seeing you say that, it makes me think, how smart are the deer in your country that they're actually using the special highway to actually cross. I just, these deer are so like, just sometimes it just seems like they're so dense that like, even if you built them a special highway, like that any other animal could learn from, that deer would still jump across in front of the semi. Like, it's just. Sorry, I had it muted for a second. So yeah, maybe your deer a little bit more worthy in the head. Our deer, I'm just not convinced. Because I mean, it's like sometimes like I see deer all the time, and so I'll slow down. And then like sometimes you're slowing down and you're still getting closer, and it's like it's not dangerous because you know at any moment you could stop. But it's like you're getting closer and closer and closer and closer, and the deer's not moving, and it's just like, what are you doing, dude? Like get out of the road. And it's just, you know, again, you get that like, you know, that phrase, the deer in the, oh my gosh, hold on, I gotta get a drink. Sorry, I've been talking for too long. I'm gonna have to wrap this up here pretty soon. Anyway, but yeah, that term deer in the headlights, and I don't know if that's a thing in the rest of the world, but like here, they're like, of all the animals, like, and on the scale of like intelligence in terms of spatial awareness, like they've got to be one of the worst. Like, you know, anything else in the road, it's like I see squirrels make weird maneuvers sometimes, but like at the same time, most of the time it's, oh, there's a car coming, turn around, go opposite direction. You know, raccoon, car's coming, turn around, go the opposite direction. You know, same thing with like almost every single animal. And then you get the deer, and it's just, oh, there's 5 deer against a semi. Let's just stand here in the middle of the road and hope that it doesn't see us. Like, it's like they're just not very capable of going above and beyond their own instinctual behavior. They are an animal of instinct. You know, a lot of animals are capable of creative behavior to one degree or another, and I don't know what's up with North American deer, but that does not seem well within their capabilities. Yeah, they do here too, but they just find their ways around, or sometimes the fences aren't high enough. So it depends. But like where I was, and where I am a lot of times, you know, I'm so far out in the country that none of that exists. You know, these little back roads, you know, they're not going to bother putting fences up around that. And even if they did, they'd never get away with it because all the farmers would complain that it made it too hard for them to maneuver around their farm property. So I mean, yeah. Around here, it just, at least at this point, it would be near impossible to try and figure a system like that out. But I would assume the way you're saying it, yeah, it's basically on highways there too. So even there, my situation really wouldn't have been protected. I wasn't on a major highway. It was just a 2-lane road. You know, they call it a highway here, but like it wasn't like a highway like I took to California. You know, that was like a 4 to 16 lane highway, and this was just like a 2-lane road. That was a semi-main road in between two incredibly small towns. So, um, yeah, and our infrastructure here is way different too. Um, like we don't have a lot of money that goes towards infrastructure, which sounds weird on such a huge country, but like we still have like adopt a highway programs where people pay money. Like I could pay money to go pick up trash on the side of the highway, and then I could for that service and also money that I'm paying, I could name that highway something while I'm that that highway is my adoptee or whatever. So that's how weird America is. Like like our system's so bad we can't even fund our roads, so we have to adopt our own highways and pay to clean them ourselves. Like, so businesses will literally adopt a highway, put their business name on it, and then send their own employees out to clean the highway of litter because the city and the state cannot pay for it because they do not have the cash resources despite being one of the richest nations on the planet. Like, we literally have adopt a highways programs. Like, if you've never been to America, just look it up, look up an adopt a highway sign, and like literally scattered throughout of the whole entire United States are these signs that tell you you can call this number and you can pay a price to put your name on that sign, and then by putting your name on that sign, you will have the responsibility of coming out and cleaning that section of highway or paying somebody to do it. Well, we definitely have the money. We just use it on other things. That's why we have like a failing electrical grid and failing roads and failing train systems. And Europe has like mag trains and nice roads. Not all of Europe. I can't say that for every single country. But they've definitely got a one up on us in a lot of ways, infrastructure wise. It's pretty sad. I mean, it's pretty good for Europe. I'm happy for them. Alright. But anyway, not to like completely pile on the country, but it is definitely an area for improvement. But yeah, I could see, in a country as small as the Netherlands, you might be able to get away with building a lot of the fences like that. For sure, yeah. On a small scale, I mean, I guess you could argue on a state by state basis if the individual states inside of the United States wanted to do their own, then it could theoretically be possible. But yeah, it's between the size and again, more I would say in the U.S. would be the getting things moving here of anything anything of consequence, anything of that big, that nature, that size is incredibly hard. You know, it's like again, like I was saying, like being one of the richest countries in the earth on the planet, we literally have one of the of all the developed nations, we have one of the worst electrical grids and one of the oldest, and it's just because everything's politics here. So like almost like nothing on that scale ever gets done. So it takes us like, it's like when we realize that we need an upgraded power grid, we then begin to debate about it for the next 30 to 40 years. And then after that period of debate, then we might start to get things done. And that's exactly what we did. Like a lot of our electrical grid started getting upgraded, I think in 2000, around 2010 or so. And they had been talking about it for like since like the 70s or 80s. And like that's how crazy it is to like get a road or to get infrastructure fixed in the US. Like it's so weird. Like we have the money we need to fix it all. But like we'll just argue about it for decades because no one can agree on anything. It's so crazy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, in America we also have a stigma against regular buses. Um it's really weird, and I'm not saying this is my thoughts on it, but it's very common in America to view normal buses and city buses as dangerous, and only used by poor people. And so there's it would be considered almost on the level of being a bad person to send not to say it doesn't happen, and especially in some bigger cities, like I was saying earlier, like New York, Chicago, places like that. It's probably pretty common to for children and whatnot to take to take a regular bus around to places. But like in a lot of places, like in the Midwest, that would be highly frowned upon. Again, those are not my feelings. But there's some weird cultural things going on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, again, yeah, that's the same thing. None of us get it either. It's just that no one can agree on anything. So, despite the fact that underground electric is by far superior, they will never. It's like it'll be probably 40 to 50 years from now before we see that here in America, if then, because we do everything so slowly because we can't agree on even the simplest things, like even the things that shouldn't be, even consequential. I mean, should the roads be good? Of course they should. Should the electrical system be good? Of course they should. But is ours? No, it's not, because we just can't agree on number one, what's good. Number two, how much should it cost? It's like, again, it's that same argument about like electrical underground versus having these ugly, unreliable, above ground lines that fail way too often. The idea has been floating around in America for a long time, and it's just never, unless you're in a major city, it just doesn't happen because I mean, again, it's just we're great at just redoing the same bad thing, and we're really bad at coming up with new plans and agreeing on them. So we would rather we will spend billions to re-put up all of those bad wooden electrical poles that are all the time failing. We'll spend billions of dollars to keep putting them up just to have them get blown over again by a gust of wind, instead of spending that billions to make a better system. because that's how much we can't. It's just at the end of the day, you throw up your arms, say no one can agree. Let's just put the wood poles back up. That's America. Oh, it's incredibly cost. The cost is incredibly high. But we can't. We are so bad at agreeing on anything. We will draw any argument along party lines. And we're so bad at agreeing on these things that it'll just never change. So there's nothing to do but spend the billions of dollars replacing replacing the bad system with the same bad system instead of actually upgrading. It's like it's the same thing like with the trains. We've been trying to vote in magnetic train systems for decades. And while the rest of the world is building those trains, we are still to this day arguing about them. We are just finally on the horizon of beginning to see the first stages of mag trains, while the rest of the world has just completely passed us by. We're literally decades behind because we just bicker. That's all we do. We just argue and argue and argue, and we also often protect old industries now instead of moving onto new and better technology. We'll often talk about things like, oh, well, where will the jobs go? And it's like, well, when the horse industry failed, the jobs went to the car industry, and then those people had to adapt, and that's how progress works. So if we're going to move on to new technology now, and different types of train technology, where will the jobs go? To the old train technology? Well, of course they will go to the new train technology that takes over. But we're so worried about the old train industry and how we can't let anything fail in the U.S. that we will continue to invest in a failing infrastructure because we feel sorry for the train industry. And that's literally it. That's 100%. Like look at the facts, look at the news, look at it, the way things go. It's all that. It's all that same argument across the board, really, on a lot of different issues. It's really just, it would be the same argument as sitting there and going, but what about all the millions of jobs that are going to be lost when the horse industry goes belly up? And what was the answer? Well, they moved forward with the car industry. They didn't protect the horse industry because the car industry was better technology and it moved the world forward instead of keeping it stagnant. And right now, America wants to remain stagnant and not support new technology, unless it's the newest, latest, greatest social media, and then we're ready to go. We're ready for that next tech bubble, but when it comes to, the good, trustworthy highways, we'll wait until your car explodes, and you go flying off the road, and then we'll come and fill that pothole in. That's literally it. They just wait until you complain, and then they might finally do something. And then when they do, it'll take like some of these places, the roads are closed for 2 years before the construction even starts. So I was commenting on a video once. I don't know if I ended up putting it into the video, but for 2 years I was traveling down this road off and on, and the road had been closed down. Never had seen an ounce of construction on it. There was 10 miles worth of cones and a lowered speed limit. You could only go 45 instead of 55. And it said, in everywhere signs, construction zone, 45 miles per hour, construction zone, 45 miles per hour. It took almost 2 years for them to begin construction. And in the meantime, they were still allowed to keep the cones up and delay traffic. For 2 years, they delayed traffic by closing the lane. They closed an entire lane down and delayed traffic for 2 years to just start. For 10 miles. 10 miles of cones, and the road was perfect. There was nothing wrong. I could have driven on the road the entire 2 years. That's America. That's the craziness of American politics right there in a nutshell. For 2 years, I had to go 10 miles per hour slower in one less lane on a busy highway filled with semi-trucks, filled with traffic, all because there were cones on the road and no work being done. So yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a misconception in some ways that there's this, all these statistics out about Americans and how many cars, on average, the average American family has at least 2 cars or something like that. But like, you go to places like New York City, and it's actually more common to not buy or own a car. There are a lot of places that are cool with other modes of travel. It's just we have like these huge, massive population centers like New York and Los Angeles and San Francisco and Chicago, and I could go on, but and there, for the most part, a lot of those places, especially New York. New York is really great at public transportation. Chicago maybe a little bit less. LA I think is pretty bad, but like, not that New York doesn't have traffic jams, but a lot of people there have embraced walking or taking the subway or trains, and Chicago has a raised train, the L, and a lot of these places have subways. So there are people that embrace it for sure, but then we have these wide spaces in between, and a lot of it's not the people. It's more the politics, the leadership. The people really do want the trains. I mean, for years they've been talking about it, and especially around here, connecting the bigger cities. And it would be great because it would offer job opportunities. Because if you can get from, say, Detroit, which is which is in the area, and then Chicago is in the area, and then Indianapolis is in the area, and then we have Cleveland in the area. And so those are massive centers that have jobs, and sometimes you can't find people to fill jobs in areas in your specific area, and so having a really speedy form, or you might not be able to find a job in your area. So having a speedy form of transportation between these massive population centers means that the population or the economy would be boosted, because these people would be able to go to these other massive centers of population to find jobs if they couldn't find it in their own. Right now, it's just not possible. For me to drive to Chicago right now is a 4.5 hour drive. If I could hop on the MAG train and be there in 45 minutes, that means I can get to work in the morning if I have a regular 9 to 5 job. That's commutable. 4 hours isn't commutable. So when they offered to create a MAG system for us, we turned down the idea. Our leadership did, but the people were really interested, because obviously that would have given them tons of job opportunities to all kinds of people that were in need. So, I mean, infrastructure always helps. It's just whether or not they're willing to spend the money or they have the money. So that's really the only argument at that point, because all infrastructure increases jobs, whether it's building that infrastructure or giving access to extra markets. Anytime you give easy access to a completely different market, you're giving access to jobs to people that don't have jobs, and to the people that you're connecting to that other city. If you connect two giant cities, it's going to be great for both of those cities, like guaranteed. So yeah, and it depends on where you are. Some areas are different. Our areas are really good, and some areas are really bad. So, but overall, I'm just talking about like the progress of technology in general. Just change just comes slow here for whatever reason. and then most of the time it's just people arguing. Um, I was excited about. I remember being in elementary school, being excited about how, when I'm in high school, I'll be riding on magnetic trains that are floating above the tracks, and we were all being told, what the future was going to look like, and then people started arguing, and it never happened. Like, that's literally what happened. Like, we were all told about this crazy future of, super fast trains and planes and space travel, and every time they give us this like time frame of when all these things are going to be happening, it always ends up being pushed back 20, 30, 40 years because they just never can agree on a plan to do anything. So public transportation, it depends on the mode of transportation and where you are. In a lot of big cities, it's fairly cheap. Obviously, things like taxis, which I don't think really technically qualify, they are public and transportation, but they're a privately owned business. But like buses are fairly cheap. Not always reliable, but they're fairly cheap. In the big cities, when I was in New York, the subway was really cheap. So, but I feel like that's stuff that in a lot of areas in other places would be free. A lot of that stuff is just paid for automatically, and that would come out of your like tax money or whatever. I don't know. I don't know about everywhere, obviously, but yeah, we do have decent public transportation that's available. But the problem is just it's as available and as good as it may be in some cases, it's still probably decades behind any other modern country in the world. Almost surprisingly so. Like in my area, like with the electrical grid, like for instance, going back to the electrical grid, like they just finished up replacing a lot of it that had been around since I was literally born. I remember, growing up and seeing the same exact electrical towers for my entire life. And those have only changed in the last 5 years. So, and they were old then. Those had probably been there well before I was born. So, you're talking probably, it had been probably since the 1960s since they had been changed, probably. Something like that. The big wires, the big, because we have our smaller electrical poles that go down the streets and make the streets look ugly. And then we have the gigantic ones, which are the high tension lines that bring the power between cities, which makes the country look ugly. And those are incredibly old. All the ones in the cities are fairly new because they all get blown over like once or twice a year, especially around here in the Midwest. We get like one good windstorm and one good tornado, and the entire city's like on blackout for maybe not the entire city, but like parts of the city are like on blackout for like a week. And then but instead of burying the power lines, they'll go down the roads one by one for weeks at a time, and they'll put each pole back up, and then they'll put a new transformer on, and they'll stretch the line back out, and they'll slowly connect that. It is just, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like living in a time warp, You're driving brand new cars around on roads that are surrounded by, electrical technology from like the 1940s. you're driving underneath high tension lines that are going on 100 years old, or like 70, 80 years old, like just the craziest old, just, you know. And then when you get to the cities, like I said, you know, um, you'll hit potholes so deep that it literally will make your tire explode. But until so many people have complained, they won't actually go and do anything about it. Or they'll once or twice a year they'll put a little bit of like tar and like gravel into it to fill it in for a little bit, which works for about a season. Oh, and then there's another great one. So there's this highway near me, and they built it over a swamp, and so literally the highway is never open all the way for more than 2 years before they have to close off like 5 to 6 miles of the highway to fill in the road because the road is literally sinking. And the last time they did it, within 1 month, the road was already wavy again. And this is a big highway. We're talking about 70 mile per hour, 4-lane highway, technically an interstate. And every 2 years, they have to fill in the top section of the road because the road is sinking, because they built it over a swampland. But instead of calling it quits, they have spent probably millions upon millions upon millions of dollars and shut the road down like every few years. Like literally right now, there is one like 2 mile long stint, and then like a break for a few miles, and then like another 5 mile long stint of construction where they're doing the road. And before that, the road had only been open for like probably like 3 months since they had been doing construction on another like 3 to 4 mile section of the road, because that section was sinking. And you would think at a certain point they'd be like, oh yeah, because, and again, that has happened in America before. There's like a highway in Pennsylvania that's completely abandoned because they made a better one. They said, this is crap and we're going to do it better. And so they did it better. And what do? We just keep piling crap on top of crap and letting it sink into the swamp, because we think that that's the answer somehow. And that it just shows you that like America in the past used to be able to get stuff done. We used to be able to have these massive projects and actually, fix things, Same thing down in Kentucky, where my friends used to live. They had this really kind of dangerous mountain pass, this highway, and it wasn't working out. So what do? They blasted a tunnel into the mountain, and they took on this probably multi-billion-dollar project to make this really nice tunnel through the mountain. And I gotta wonder, like, if that would even be able to happen nowadays, or if they would just sit there and argue, well, should it be 35 feet wide or 40 feet wide, or should it be, obviously that wouldn't work, but it's like they'll find something to argue about, it's crazy. It's real crazy. But not that it's a bad place. It's just, it's got these weird quirks that there's no rightful reason that it should be that way. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I would say, as much as America and Russia claim that they're so different, they're probably very similar. But yeah, maybe that's the same problems. But yeah, it's bureaucracy and just the general incentive to never agree with anyone. It's kind of a weird thing. It's like sometimes things will suddenly become political that aren't political at all, just because the first person to set it happened to be, especially if it's a politician. You never want the politician to be the first person talking about anything here, because then it's certain to become politics, and whoever says it first, it then belongs to them and their party, and then the other party will just say the opposite thing, Not that some aren't more guilty than others, but like that's generally what happens. It's sort of just like, oh, whatever you do, I'll do the opposite. There's never like, a lot of times there isn't this big like push for, is this the right way? Is this correct? Is this scientifically factual? There's just usually, oh, you want to do it that way? All right, I'll do the opposite. And that's exactly how it goes. And it's weird if you start following it, you start seeing these patterns, Or if one person claims that the other party is doing something bad, then you can definitely claim that in the next election cycle, that party will make the exact same claim about the party that was blaming them. So no matter what it is, even if it doesn't make sense to their party platform, like if one party is the party of spending money and the other party is the party of saving money, and the spenders are going to be like, well, we need to spend more money. But then if the other party is like, well, we need to save money, and I'm getting too far into this. I need to stop. But anyway, it's just this weird thing. We like the opposites. As long as it's the opposite of what you're saying, that's the right thing. It's just so sad. And like I said, even in things as silly as like the roads, you would think it was easy. Like, should we fill in the pothole so that people can safely drive to and from their jobs? I think the answer is yes. I just don't think that's. I just don't think that's politics to me. But we'll find a way to do it. We'll find a way to make it. But again, I don't want to get into politics because I don't want to get into political arguments. But I just think I'm just more commenting on the weird way that Americans approach political arguments and the way that we'll often politicize things that aren't technically politics, which have nothing to do with lawmaking. And some reason politicians will need to take a stance on things that have nothing to do with any parts of their job. So that's the weird part. I don't want to attack anybody's personal beliefs, but more the way that we tend to not be able to come to conclusions in a way that we seemingly used to. And I'll put it this way, if I'm to make sense and not seem offensive to anybody out there, when I watch political debates from the 1960s, like, holy crap, are they respectful? Like, you've never seen two more respectful people in your life. Like, I watched the other day the Nixon versus Kennedy speech and watched Richard Nixon defend Kennedy against the moderator. Like, to think that would happen in today's day and age is ridiculous. Like in America, it's just weird. We're just so argumentative now. Like, back then they were just like, well, I disagree with you, but here's why. And now we're just like, yeah, you're dumb. Like they literally had debates back then. It was crazy. They're like, here's the math. Here's a graph of why we think this works. And I'm like thinking like, man, our debates are like, here's why you're dumb. I think you're stupid. You should shut up. No, you should shut up. Like, that's America now. Like, and if any Americans that are getting mad at me, I challenge you, go watch that debate. Go watch it. Go to YouTube. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Don't worry about like being offended by politics or anything like that. Just go type in Kennedy versus Nixon debate and watch how respectful they both are to each other. And it will change your mind on politics. Like, it'll make you so disappointed. Like, when you realize it's like man, they used to really show a lot of dignity and respect to each other. Like, they literally wanted to get things done at a certain point. Like, and they were aimed to work together and do it, even if they argued to the bitter end at one point. It's like, that would be something to be proud of. So, we have a lot to learn. But that's all I'm going on politics. That's the end of that. Again, I'm not getting into any political arguments ever on these streams, and we're not diving into any of those topics. I'm just saying a atmosphere of cooperation is always better. So how's that for politics without offending anybody? If anybody got offended by that, you're looking to be offended. So, yeah. That being said, I would also love to travel to Russia someday. I think that would be a great place to explore. I love the Russian people. I love Russian culture. I love Russian food. I love the Russian language. I'm trying to learn it. I'm not doing very well, but I'm trying to pick up a few things here and there as I go. I've learned a few things. I probably couldn't survive in a town that only spoke Russian, but I know a few phrases and words. Yeah, well, yeah. I think all of us could definitely raise our level of respect, for sure. I think I've always been open about certain things. Like, I think that that's a great argument. And again, I'm just responding to this. I'm not pinning any of these things on you. I'm just in a general response. I would say, yeah, civility is completely broken down. No one has almost any respect for one another. It's more like a roast than, debates are more like roasts than actual debates. And people care more about who has the best one-liner than who has the best policy or who has the best plan, But at the same time, I think that there can be some falsehood in certain elements of that argument because, like, when I look back in the past, I see times where there shouldn't be civility, in times like the Civil War, in times of slavery, in times of great racism, in times of, genocide, like in World War II, there shouldn't be civility to a certain degree. There is no civility towards certain people, but at the same time, we need to be able to identify those people and not blanket judge people because of, the name of the party, or, we've got to be able to root out the bad in every group and realize where civility begins and ends. So that's my piece on that. I think that there is something to be said about how Americans can find anything to argue about and somehow make it on one side of a political argument or aisle or another. But I think that, there is right and wrong too, and both ethically and scientifically. And I think if you are on the right side of history, you don't need to be the civil one, I guess. You don't need to be the one stretching out hands, like during World War II, we shouldn't have tried to be more civil with the Nazis. We shouldn't have tried to be more civil, to the South during the Civil War. We shouldn't be more civil to the opposition of civil rights. But yes, as human beings, as Americans, we should try to be more civil to each other and civil to each other's beliefs and life and personal liberties and freedoms and choices, and maybe just stay out of each other's business as much as we think we need to be in it. But yeah, I think that if maybe just even if politics could be a little bit less name calling and blame gaming, and we could just sort of like get together like in front of a chalkboard and go over some numbers and decide like, yeah, maybe you guys got this one. Like, I mean, isn't that how it's supposed to work? Like, I get the idea of like multiple parties and one party being like, oh, we care about, saving money and about, it doesn't really matter. And, like I was saying earlier, one party could be about spending, one party could be about saving. That's sort of a very vague definition of conservative versus liberal. You could say that with a budget, and it works. I could have a conservative budget or a liberal budget. And one of the other isn't right or wrong. It depends on the situation. And then if both sides can get, sit down and say, well, this situation is like this. Well, let's figure out a plan somewhere in between conservative and liberal that will fix our current situation based on the parameters of that situation. That's politics. There shouldn't be a need for argument. I mean, maybe in some areas, there's definitely room for opinion. But let's save opinions for opinions. And work out the rest of the facts. I just think that's easy. It just doesn't, I'm not saying that every single math problem, every single economic problem is going to be simple. But it's certainly more simple than arguing opinion. And I just don't see, I don't see many debates where they're sitting there going, well, if we implemented my plan, we would see a so-and-so % return after this many, all I ever see is that's too much money or that's not enough. And neither of those are math or science. I can't speak tonight, but it's not math and it's not science. Big and small are not real numbers. That's not a real thing. It's like, is it too much to ask a bunch of adults to sit down and write some numbers on a board and figure out whose numbers work best for that situation, or if there's a mix of numbers that need to be, is it your plan, is it my plan, or is it a mix of both of our plans? That's literally how simple it's supposed to be. Okay, let's go over the numbers and find it out. All right, we went over the numbers, passed the law, send it to the president, sign it, done. That's how simple politics could be if we just cared about actually the real facts, But, if you really watch, it's mostly opinion. I think this bill is too expensive. Well, I don't care what you think. Find out, I really don't care what anybody thinks. I just care about the facts. That's literally my only politics. I don't care which side I'm on. I don't care what the name is. All I care at the end of the day is what is scientifically factual. It doesn't matter to me where it lands, as long as I'm correct and as long as I'm on the right side of history. And that should be every single person. That should be every philosophy. Because There's no such thing as team players. There's only the facts. That's it. And it really is just numbers. Like, it's like, have a tax argument. Well, that's numbers. That's not opinion. I don't get to, well, I like high taxes. Well, I like low taxes. Those aren't numbers. Those are imaginary things. Low and high is imaginary. Those are just estimates of real numbers. Those aren't real numbers, though. Like, real adults can get together in a room and put together real numbers, and we can say, I estimate this to be good, and I estimate this to be good. And then we go together and we say, okay, well, 350 million people divided by this much tax money coming in, blah, blah, okay, and math. Done. That's obviously far more complicated math than that, but, like, at the same time, sit down in a room and do some math. Why is no one sitting down in the room and doing some math? But it seems like they're doing it, but they're all doing it separately, and they're like, my numbers are correct. No, my numbers are correct. We'll get together and find out which numbers are correct. It's really not that simple or that hard. It's a room full of adults. Y'all already went through, hopefully, at least high school level math. Hopefully, maybe some college level math. If you're going to be a politician, voting on economics, I think you should at least take a college level economics course, so you can make not dumb decisions, Educate yourself on what you're doing. At very least, pick up a book or pick up 5, I would tell you the thing if I decided to do politics, the thing I would do tomorrow is I would pick up books on things that I didn't know enough about. Economics. Show me people with different opinions on economics, and I would read through all the books. And in some cases I have, even though I don't want to be a politician, but, like, it's weird. It's just, again, it's not the fact that people have, I guess it depends on the issue, but I mean, most of the times it's just, again, it comes down to numbers. That's really it. It's just a bunch of people who don't want to take the time to do the math, or they don't want to take the time to bring their own math and challenge it against the other person's math and do the debate. Like, no one wants to be wrong. That's kind of the problem. No one wants to be wrong. It's better to just claim being right forever, than give in and admit that the other side was right about that one. It's just kind of strange. It's not real politics is what it is. It's not real. If you believe in that type, if you think that's what it is, then you're wrong. If you think it's about being a team player, then you're just simply wrong. If you think it's anything else other than numbers, math, yeah, I mean, that's the same thing. But I mean, if you think it's anything other than numbers and ethics, then that's it. And even then, it's not super, even the ethical arguments are rarely good. It's just like, again, is this an adult just choosing to live their life? All right, then stay out of it. Are they hurting other people? All right, then get involved. Like, that's pretty much every ethical argument. Don't be a jerk. Yeah. I will say this, though. What you're talking about, and then I'll shut up about politics, I promise. But I'll say this 30-second little clip. The point of earmarks to begin with historically really was so that, so like when you're a congressman of a certain district, and sometimes your district might need things that on the federal level, and so and the Congress may not be willing to debate on every single thing that every single congressman's district needs, and so they allow these earmarks, and that's really supposed to be the point, so that these smaller projects can get done by being attached to larger scale bills, and so that's what it really is for, and often it's taken advantage of, I'm sure, by every political party, but the earmarks really were meant to be for good. They were meant literally to help smaller areas out, like counties and townships and voting districts. So, but yeah, for sure, we'll take anything good and turn it into something that can be taken advantage of. So, yeah, often these things get put into place for good reasons, and then by the time that they're done, they're being used for the exact opposite of that, and for horrible reasons. So, yeah, it's probably time to curb those back and make some rules on what all we're going to allow in these things. So, but again, sometimes they just need to be I know that on their end they probably are going to say that you don't know the work that goes into it, but maybe they need to be doing more votes then. If they don't want so many of these extra stuff on there, maybe that's the answer. But that's not me. I'm just a simple traveler that tries to learn as much as I can. But yeah, I definitely don't want to turn this ever into a political debate channel. So, but yeah, it is a little weird. It is, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to get involved in anybody's personal politics. I'm just saying it's just weird here. So, but yeah. Anyway, we're gonna wrap this up. So yeah, again, we'll have a new episode coming out today for me. It's Sunday here, so at some point on Sunday during Eastern Standard Time, not that means anything right now, probably somewhere between noon and 7. I'm not 100% sure because time got away. We've been streaming for far too long again tonight. So, it'll come out sometime in the next, hopefully 12 hours. So, and then another new one Tuesday, and we'll try and do another live stream probably either Monday. I don't know. I might do it on the same day. So Monday or Tuesday, maybe Wednesday at the latest. Hey there, Jade. Thanks for stopping in. Sorry that we're just now wrapping things up, but I would keep things going for longer, but it's been a 5-hour stream and it's 5:30 in the morning, and I have to not only cook but upload and edit a thumbnail and everything involved in that. But I appreciate everybody for stopping in tonight. Thank you so much for joining me again. If you're liking the streams, make sure to give them a thumbs up. Make sure to share them on your favorite social media. And yeah, and no matter how down I get about how things are sometimes, I'm never trying to take it out on all of you. I am just sharing my frustrations and my journey here on YouTube. And yeah, I know on 539, people often get confused by that. People call me paranoid, and I'm saying I'm not paranoid. I'm just telling you what's going on. And the same thing here, not trying to be down on anybody here or even in general. Just being truthful about my experience growing here on YouTube and social media in general. So, but again, I always appreciate that support from my core group of fans and friends here on YouTube, and of course that is all of you guys. So, but yeah, no, and I appreciate you guys taking that time to listen when I need you guys to do that. So, but anyway, yeah, it was a fun stream. It was good coming back. I got some new stuff coming up. Got some interviews coming up. I got the Twitch stream coming up and some new 539 stuff coming up, and even maybe some brand new channels. So, I'm looking forward to it, and, looking forward to branching out and being more of a filmmaker instead of just a traveler, just a photographer, just a YouTuber. I really want to take on that filmmaker role. So, and I appreciate all of you guys being a part of that. So, thank you again, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Hopefully Monday night. So, we'll see if we can make that happen. See you later.